Council will call the meeting to order. For the record, it is Tuesday, November 1st, 2022 at 4:33 p.m. We will begin this afternoon's work session with roll call attendance.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilwoman Strader.
Here.
Councilman Burnt. Here. Councilwoman Perot.
Here.
Councilman Cavanagh.
Here.
Councilman Borton. No, I apologize. Councilman Hoagland.
Here.
Mayor Simison.
Here. Next item up is adoption of the agenda.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Hoagland.
move adoption of the agenda as published.
Second.
Have a motion and a second to adopt the agenda. Is there any discussion? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the agenda is adopted. First up is the consent agenda.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Hoagland.
I move approval of the consent agenda and for the mayor to sign and clerk to attest.
Second.
Have a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda. Is there any discussion? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the consent agenda is agreed to. There were no items moved from the consent agenda, so we will just go right into department commission reports. First item up is item 8, is Fire Department, Light My Fire check presentation to the Meridian Fire Department. I will turn this over to Pam Orr.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, thank you so much for having us. I'd like to introduce you to an amazing group of people. This is Mary Calhoun from Disaster Cleanup, and she is our ringleader, if you will, and I'll have her introduce you to the rest of the group. As many of you know, year after year, Light My Fire is just such a great organization to work with. We do an annual banquet with them, and they just work so hard. They work so hard. I'm so proud of this group, and I'm so proud to work with this group. And today they would like to present the Meridian Fire Department, the Meridian Benevolent Fund, and another fund a check. So I'm going to turn the mic over to Mary and let her introduce the group and go from there. Thank you.
Thanks, Pam. Hi, everybody. This is such a great day for us as a team to be here and to be able to give you money for an amazing cause for this community. Behind me, I have Logan Weatherholt. I didn't call him Luke this time. That was good on my part, right? And then Kaylin Cooper and Andrea Belfour. Bradshaw with Belfour. Bob Ricketts, he's been here since the very beginning. 28 years we've been doing this thing. He's been here the whole time. Not all of us have been here 28 years, but Bob is the grandfather of this. And then we have Sarah Morris. She's with Ricketts and Associates as well. Brian Slater with First Team, and Corey Langdon with CRS. So you have people working in the insurance industry and competitors within the restoration industry. We lay our lances down because this is a really amazing and important thing to do, because we're helping people that have been burned out of their home and they run out in the middle of the night, maybe having their shoes on or not. Where do they go? Firefighters used to have to pull money out of their pockets to say, hey, maybe you can get some shoes or maybe you can have a hotel. So the burnout fund is really important because it helps people in that most critical moment of their lives, where it's the worst day that they've ever had. The other piece of this is what your fire department does for fire prevention, education, and bringing smoke alarms into people's homes and teaching kids how to stop, drop, and roll and how to successfully escape from a burning structure. And I want to do a huge shout out to Pam Orr, this amazing woman who's been leading that flag and holding that charge and doing the do and rallying up the team and making them get out there and say, come on and help me. Let's get these smoke alarms into people's homes and let's help these people. So anyway, it's just phenomenal for us to be able to do this. So last year we had a Roaring 20s theme. It was really super fun. And we raised, after all of our expenditures and things, $67,000. This is a 60-40 split. 40% goes to Meridian, 60% to Boise because Boise is bigger. And so today it is with my great pleasure that Light My Fire is donating a total of, Vanna? $26,400. The beauty of this is the fact that you guys have a matching grant fund. So Chief Bloom, for you, Maestro, if you want to come up. $13,200. Yes.
Thank you.
That is for the burnout fund. Oh, no, that is for fire safety and prevention. There is a matching grant fund that goes along with this. So that becomes $26,400. You guys match that every dollar. So good on you. And then Darren Jones, for you, for the burnout, $13,200. You are welcome. And Battalion Chief Tony Chance. Yeah, $600. There is a wonderful woman every year and her family, they make a quilt. So during the auction, they auction off this quilt. And so for the Idaho First Responders Collaborative, this helps first responders with things that happen during the course of what they experience out there in the field. And so we are going to give you this $600. You are welcome. So to close this out, Honorable Mayor, City Council members, our 2023 gala event's going to be held at the Riverside Hotel this year. The theme is Gold Rush. All right. So we're going to strike it rich for Light My Fire. We're sending you or giving you a save the date. We hope that you can attend because it's tons of fun. We do so many great things and we want you to help us ring that bell and bring more money in so that we can save more lives, prevent more fires, and then help people at their most devastating time in their life. With that, thank you.
Thank you. And council, our fire department liaison and eloquent spokesman, Mr. Borton, is not with us today, but I think it's safe to say on behalf of the city of Meridian, I just want to say thank you. You know, the work that you all are doing is impacting our residents, you know, one family in need at a time. And, you know, that combined with the, as I say, the match and the work of the local, but it takes a community to provide for people in times of need. So just appreciate it very much. With that, we'll move on to item number 9, which is just like a check presentation, only different, which will be a public works discussion of resolution 22-2352, adopting volume 1 of the City of Meridian Annex at the 2022 Ada County Multi-Hazard Mitigation Plan. I'll turn this over to Mr. Korn for his presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. Yeah, you're right. I don't have a giant foam check, so I hope this is still able to be interesting. Not that it's not completely unrelated. So I'm here this afternoon to introduce the 2022 Ada County Multi-Hazard Mitigation Plan and the accompanying resolution for adoption. So this plan, I have a few slides here. You can see the logos was developed with Ada County Emergency Management and Community Resilience and the consultant Tetra Tech. For this.
You might try page down on the keyboard.
So what is the plan and why do we need to adopt it? So it is the Disaster Mitigation Act of 2000, which is the federal legislation that established the requirements for hazard mitigation grant program participation. So that's pre-hazard mitigation or post-hazard mitigation. There's several programs under the hazard mitigation grant umbrella that communities can apply for funding for from FEMA. And under that legislation has specific requirements that the plan needs. Risk assessment, that is certainly the most robust part of the plan. Public outreach participation, a process for updating and maintaining the plan, and ultimately IOEM and FEMA approval. So the plan is divided into 2 volumes. The first volume is the planning and process and the overall county profile, the overall county risk assessment, and the overall county mitigation strategy. So that encompasses all the jurisdictions within Ada County. And then there's volume 2, which is the planning partner annexes. That includes the City of Meridian's annex. That is specific to Meridian hazards and specific Meridian mitigation actions, which was developed with the input of city staff from planning, fire, and public works. What are the hazards that are within this plan? They're dam and canal failure, drought, earthquake, extreme weather, flood, landslide, volcano, which is ashfall in our area, and wildfire. So those are the natural hazards. Those are the main hazards that were assessed. Hazards of interest, you can see here, they're non-natural hazard, more human-caused hazards. And a lot of these mitigation actions are included in other countywide plans, threat identification plans. But this plan mainly deals with the natural hazards. You see, climate change is addressed on the individual hazard level. So it may intensify drought and extreme weather, floods. So it is addressed in this plan, but it's under each individual hazard, not a hazard of its own. So the other planning partners within this plan, you can see there's a long list. There's 21 different planning partners, all the cities and the county itself, and many special purpose districts. Ada County Highway District impacts a lot of the mitigation actions that are in Meridian, along with Meridian Development Corporation, which is a new one for this year as a planning partner. So anyone that's on this list would be eligible to apply for any of those federal FEMA grants. So what's next? Like I said, this plan was developed with city staff included. I'm represented on the overall strategic planning team for the mitigation plan, and we had staff input. IOEM and FEMA have already approved the mitigation plan in September. And now we're here to adopt volume 1 in its entirety and the Meridian Annex and appendices in volume 2. And this will allow us to remain eligible for any of these FEMA mitigation grants. And some of you may know we do have an application currently to review from FEMA under this program for 9 Mile Creek mitigation and here in downtown Meridian in partnership with MDC. And that application is currently under review, but has an extension because our current plan is expired. And so we would no longer be eligible for that grant, but they have granted us an extension as long as we adopt a new mitigation plan within a timeline, which ours concluded at the end of November. So that's why we're here today. Stand for any questions.
Thank you, Jason. Council questions?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Schrader.
I had a couple questions. So the planning team members make sense to me, right? So we have even like Caleb from planning, we have a whole group, but that's not necessarily the same group that leads the response to a disaster. Can you walk us through the difference?
Sure. So mitigation is actions or activities that are conducted to prevent harmful impacts from a disaster. So it's different than response. Response comes later, and that is addressed under different plans, different planning teams. And this is actions that we could do to kind of lessen those impacts that we know are going to happen. Some of them may fall under prevention, but most of them are under actual mitigation. So kind of like, a seatbelt on a car is mitigating your damage that you would take from getting in a car accident. And response would come separately by those first responders. So yeah, like you said, the partners we had looking at the plan were, Caleb Hood and Brian McClure in planning, and Joe Bongiorno and Chief Bloom provided their input as well.
Right, Mr. Mayor.
Councilwoman Schrader.
I guess my follow-up is more specifically, are we still leading, is the leadership for disaster response still housed within the fire department? Or who is running point on that within the org chart? Maybe I'm not sure who to direct that to, actually, whether it's you or the mayor or the chief.
Yeah, my involvement with this plan is solely on the mitigation side, and it leans heavily on flood response, and part of FEMA's National Flood Insurance Program, the CRS program that we're members of. We have 19 mitigation actions in this plan, and the majority are flood related. There are a few fire related and a few planning related, but again, these are mitigation actions, which are different than response. So it does not address response agencies, which again are separate from Public Works.
I'd say the short answer is Ada County. Ada County does most of the emergency management stuff, but it depends on what level you're really talking about. When you're talking flood, that's Ada County. If you're talking car accident, that's over here. So it's like, what level of mitigation are you looking for on the back end? But Ada County is really the planner for the entire county when it comes to disaster response, working with our teams, obviously.
Got it. Yeah, I just wondered if we had designated a point person for the city's disaster response at this point, similar to how we did with COVID. Right, that's what made me think of it, is whether we had sort of designated somebody for responding to some of these, because some of these hazards are pretty remote in nature, right? Like a dam failure. I mean, it could happen though. Emergency responders, obviously, but just wondering who kind of from a leadership perspective, besides obviously the mayor's office, takes point on those. I'll follow up. I know it can't be directed toward you. Thank you.
It's typically, again, it's going to be in the fire department when it comes down to, just depends on which action but they are working with the county on these issues. But if there was an actual incident, like who's going to be our incident commander, it's likely going to be an incident manager through the county. They have the team that we have members of our teams, which are part of those incident teams. But, like anything, it's going to be first on scene becomes the incident person, and it's just going to ratchet up until you get the right person in place, depending upon the chief. Am I misdirecting anything I don't want to take from public safety? But
Mr. Mayor, I think you've captured it pretty clearly that we are dependent upon a response for an emergency management perspective from Ada County. The day-to-day operations in the smaller level emergency incidents fall within police and fire to mitigate, manage, and recover from. But I think to the point, this is a larger discussion about the function of emergency management within a city. And certainly the emergency support functions of the ESFs are represented in the county, transcend the county, and exist within the city of Meridian. And they would be functions of your public works director, the director of the fire department, police department, parks, because that's where we would draw in those resources collectively to respond to it. I don't have tractors and backhoes, but Public Works does. And so that's where those emergency support functions need to be understood, I guess, at the city level, but working through, as the mayor correctly said, our Ada County partners.
Thanks.
Councilmember Strader, I appreciate the question because I think that is an important clarification of mitigation actions and larger picture planning, again, which are really focused on probability and impacts. So again, like dam failure is very low on probability, but it may rank high on impacts. So maybe not something we need to plan heavily on response for, but mitigation actions, certainly we can.
Council, any additional questions? Okay,
All right, thank you.
thank you. So that brings us to item 10 on the agenda, which is resolution 22-2352. That's, well, Council, what's your pleasure on this item?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Hoagland.
I think we are under deadline to adopt the latest volume 1 and we have to keep our application active for 9 Mile Creek for the grant program, whatnot. So I'm open to adopting the resolution this evening. That's fellow council members agree.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Pro.
it sounds like you're looking for a motion for the resolution. Is that right?
Would it appear to be that?
Okay,
Yes.
I'll be happy to make that motion. I move that we approve resolution number 22-2352, resolution of the mayor and city council of the City of Meridian adopting volume 1, the City of Meridian Annex and appendices of volume 2 of the 2022 update of the Ada County Multi-Hazard Mitigation Plan, directing city staff to implement the strategies therein and continue representing the City of Meridian in matters related to the plan and providing an effective date.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to approve resolution 22-2352. Is there any discussion? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the resolution is agreed to. Thank you very much. Looks like oh, there he is. Thank you, Jason. Look forward to the work you continue to do on this issue. With that, Council, we are on to item 11.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Hoagland.
I move that we go into executive session per Idaho Code 74-2061D.
Second.
Have a motion and a second to go into executive session. Is there any discussion? If not, clerk call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Strader,
Aye.
Burnt, Perot,
Aye.
Cavanagh.
Aye.
Hoagland.
Aye.
All ayes, motion carries, and we'll go to executive session.
Scott.
Council, do I have a motion?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Hoagland.
I move that we come out of executive session.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to come out of executive session. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and we are out of executive session.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Hoagland.
move we adjourn.
Have a motion to adjourn. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. We are adjourned. Council will call this meeting to order. For the record, it's November 1st, 2022 at 6:01 PM. We will begin tonight's regular city council meeting with roll call attendance.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilwoman Strader,
Here?
Councilman Burnt, Councilwoman Pearl,
Here.
Councilman Cavanagh. Here. Councilman Borton. I don't know why I did that again. Councilman Hoagland. Here. Mayor Simmons.
Here. Next item is the Pledge of Allegiance, which will be delivered tonight by Troop 62. If you would all please rise and join us in the pledge led by our scouts. Thank you very much. It's been a long time since we've had a troop lead us in the pledge, and so it's a nice addition back to our city council meetings. Next up will be our community invocation, which will be delivered by Ben Blakey with Compass Bible Church. If you would all please join us in the community invocation or take this as a moment of silence and reflection.
Please join me in prayer. Father in heaven, as we begin a new month and a month in which we set aside time as a city, as a nation to give thanks, I want to just begin this month by giving thanks to you for the city of Meridian. God, we thank you for what a wonderful place it is to live, to work, to raise a family, to worship. God, I want to thank you for these men and women here who lead our city and work hard to plan for our city. God, and I want to ask your blessing upon them, give them wisdom as they continue to lead our city, help them to make the best decisions, God. Keep our community a unified and safe and wonderful place to live. God, and we just ask that you would guide them even just in this meeting tonight and in everything they do on behalf of our city. We pray this in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
Thank you. Now we're to the adoption of the agenda.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Hoagland,
I move adoption of the agenda as published.
Second?
have a motion and a second to adopt the agenda as published. Is there any discussion? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the agenda is adopted. Mr. Clerk, we have anyone signed up under public forum?
Mr. Mayor, we did not.
Okay, then we will just jump right into our action items this evening. Our first item is a public hearing and first reading of ordinance number 22-2002. So, Mr. Neri, I've never had a public hearing and first reading. Do we need to take public hearing and testimony before we do the reading?
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, yes, what we had talked about was basically having this out there for this very purpose, to simply just take public feedback, public input. It isn't on your agenda for approval tonight. It's on there for review. Certainly, it's helpful if you want the clerk to read just what it's about, just for the records purposes. But other than that, I don't know that you need to read beyond that.
Okay, then we'll ask the clerk to read this ordinance by title.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's an ordinance amending Meridian City Code, Section 621, adding definitions of animal control agency, animal control officer, animal control shelter, at-risk dog, bite, dangerous dog, euthanasia, justified provocation, physically attack, provoke, and serious injury, and deleting definition of vicious dog. Amending Meridian City Code Section 622 regarding animal control officers, city animal shelter, and animal control agency, repealing and replacing Meridian City Code Section 626 regarding designation and management of dangerous or at-risk dogs, amending Meridian City Code Section 628P regarding failure to comply with provisions regarding dangerous and at-risk dogs, repealing any conflicting ordinances and providing an effective date.
Thank you. You've heard this ordinance read by title. Is there anybody that would like it's read in its entirety? Okay. Seeing none, I will see if we had anyone signed up to provide testimony first. Looks like we did. Okay, we'll get the name in just 1 second. Do we feel like anybody needs to give any update on what I know we heard the title, but any brief remarks about what this ordinance is from a public hearing perspective?
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, I don't know if Lieutenant Harper feels it's necessary. Certainly from a brief standpoint for the public that are watching online, they may have missed that presentation by the Humane Society. The
purpose of this was to bring our code in line with the other jurisdictions locally, so that basically most everything in regards to dangerous animals, dangerous dogs is going to funnel through the Humane Society. They will be providing due process and opportunity to be heard for folks that may have an animal that might have bitten and injured somebody severely. So it really is trying to align our city along with the other neighboring cities in the county, so that there's a consistency and applications countywide.
Mr. Mayor,
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilman Hoagland.
a question for Mr. Neri. And Mr. Neri, as we went through the ordinance and during the discussion phase, this does not single out any breed of dog. It just is about setting the standards for dangerous dogs and those criteria.
Mr. Members of Council, Councilor Hoagland is absolutely correct. This does not identify a particular type of animal that is more at risk or less at risk than others. It tries to level the playing field to deal with animals that have caused injuries. So it really is trying to level the playing field for all animals, not just one.
Thank you.
Thank you. So, Mr. Clerk, who did we have sign up?
Mr. Mayor, we had 3 signed in, 1 marked they wanted to testify, and that's Jaylene Kindred.
If you'd like to come forward and state your name and address for the record and be recognized for 3 minutes. Okay. Oh, you're fine. You're good.
Just right here.
Yeah, if you can just speak into one of the microphones so those that are online can hear you clearly.
I want to take time and thank you for your efforts with this ordinance. But unless these ordinances are enforced with force, they have little effect. My question for you tonight is, how are these ordinances going to be enforced and who will be enforcing them? I am the victim of an unprovoked dog attack on my own property. The dog's owner had had 2 other complaints filed against them within the last 2 years, and animal control did not connect these complaints. I was the victim, but I honestly felt victimized by this system. I was told by a police officer that animal control would come for the dog and that I would give them a full report of what had happened. They never came. The owner was allowed to take the dog home. Animal control called me the next day and asked me to give an email report to them. I was told that the dog could stay at home because it's hard for animal control to remove an animal from an owner. The owners did end up surrendering the dog because it had not been vaccinated. I was then left to worry that the dog may have had rabies, and that is why it had attacked the way it had. I was also told that animal control had no complaints against this dog or the owner, which was not true. So a question I am asking, where is the record keeping and why were citations not issued right then? Instead of the owners being charged for letting a dog run loose and not being vaccinated, I found out that if charges were to be filed, that I had to do that myself. I physically had to go out to the Humane Society and sign the warrants. That is wrong. Laws were broken, and as the victim, I should not have been made to be victimized even more. This was one of the most terrifying things that has happened to me in my life, and I'm not sure if I will ever fully recover. I fell during the attack and was bitten and was only inches from everything that was going on. Had my neighbor not heard my screams, I'm not sure what would the outcome be. What would have happened if this were a small child? Why do we have to wait until something terrible happens before laws get enforced? I learned that there was no police report filed on my attack. I learned that animal control and police are completely separate. Animal control officers are not police officers. My questions are, can they issue citations? And if the answer to that is yes, then why do they not do that? I'm asking for a registry to be kept on all complaints that are filed. These attacks should be tracked by the tag, chip number, and picture of the animal, and these should be able to be cross-referenced with the name and the owner of the dog and the persons filing the complaints. This is not happening. Owners need to be held responsible and fines given. I am an animal lover and I have a rescue. Animal control has a terribly hard job to do, and a registry would make their job much safer. And when they are called out on a complaint, they would know what kind of situation they would be getting into. And this registry should be accessed by the public as well, so that we know what at-risk dogs live in our area. I know this sometimes is going to go beyond city and probably to a county level, but I'm asking for your help. Thank you.
Thank you. Could I get you to state your name and address for the record, ma'am? Could you state your name and address for the record? No problem.
I don't follow directions well. My name is Jaylene Kindred, and I live at 3077 East Ragusa Street in Meridian.
Thank you. Would the police department or legal like to respond to some of those questions that were asked?
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, I can at least respond to the portion why you would have had to sign a complaint, ma'am, is the Humane Society doesn't have authority to issue a citation. The Humane Society can't issue a citation without a signature from the complainant because they didn't witness the attack. So that's why you would have to sign it. It would be the same if a person attacked you. You just still have to sign the complaint because the police officer didn't see it. So that's part of the reason why. I don't know what happened in your case, but that would be the reason you'd have to sign the complaint.
Ma'am,
You have to talk on
if
the
you
mic.
can go back to the microphones, just that way it's on the record and people can hear everything.
I thought my time was up. So, when an attack happens, you physically have to go out to the Humane Society. And I was told that the Humane Society would come to me. They didn't do that.
Yeah, and I couldn't answer the staffing issue, ma'am, on whether or not they had resources to come out to your house, and that's why they asked you to come down there. I don't know. I'm just trying to explain why you would have to sign it. It's because they just didn't witness it.
So the Humane Society is not allowed to issue citations.
No, they do issue citations, but they have to witness the event. So that's why they may give a citation for an animal at large because they've witnessed it. They can't necessarily give one for an attack that they didn't witness. That's why they needed your signature.
That doesn't make sense because you don't call them until the attack has happened and they're not out there looking. That doesn't make sense.
That's what the way law is set up, ma'am. That's not their fault. That's just the way it is. So I'm sorry.
Well, they didn't come. I was told by a Meridian police officer who did come that they would be coming to take the animal, which they didn't do. They let the animal go home with the owner.
I don't know.
Every scenario is different, but I just think that there are some issues that need to be looked at. And once a person's been bitten, no matter, it shouldn't be my place to charge my neighbor for letting their dog out. Something should have happened the first time this dog attacked. It didn't. That's all I'm saying.
Mr. Mayor,
Lieutenant.
I'd be more than happy to discuss this further with you. I can give you my card and we can have a further discussion and I can hopefully try to answer some of your questions. But Mr. Neri is correct. When a misdemeanor does not occur in our presence, we actually have to have a signing party. So that's based off of a recent, well, not too recent, but a Clark decision here with the Idaho Constitution. So we have to have you being the victim to be able to sign for us to have enforcement action.
I did call the Meridian Police to try to get a report. No report was filed. It gets handed over to animal control, even though it affected a person, not just an animal. I don't know. I just feel like something's missing and there's probably nothing that can be done. I don't know, but I did talk to your office. I did come out to Meridian Police and try to find out a few things. Anyway, thank you for your time.
Yeah.
I just wanted it on record. Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Mr. Mayor.
Get the lieutenant's information and I'm not saying that there's nothing that, there still could be stuff that could be done, is where I want to suggest.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Cavanagh.
thanks. And Jalen, I appreciate you coming in and passing on your testimony. I too am a victim of an unprovoked dog attack and I'm an animal lover. I know how hard it must be to come before the council and share your perspective. You almost kind of have to relive that situation. So I appreciate your bravery tonight. I guess, Mr. Mayor, and for Lieutenant Harper, I've been pretty vocal with some of my frustrations and concerns about that of Humane Society, particularly to their level of customer support to our citizens. The last time they were before us, they invited these types of situations to be shared with them. I think that we need to take them up on their request, pass along this specific experience to the Humane Society. None of our citizens should ever have to go to Boise to file a report for a service that our taxpayers are paying for. The Humane Society should be coming to our citizens to take that report and ask for the signature. So I'd like to get an update as to why we're making our citizens go to Boise for this and not the other way around, and what policies or procedures the Humane Society prepares to take on to course correct this. Our citizens deserve better.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilwoman Schrader.
I think Ms. Kindred brought up a good point, and I would like to hear some follow-up on how the Humane Society and or police department track multiple offenses. You know, how does that system work? Is it a database? Is it by chip number? If we have the answer tonight, that's fine, but I think that's an important, I don't think it's a piece of the ordinance, but I think it's a piece that we need to understand.
Mr. Mayor, Councilwoman Strader, I think really we rely on our partnership with the Humane Society to track that information. That's why we have contracted with them to provide this service. Obviously, if it comes to a lack of service to our citizens, then we need to know about that so that we can address those concerns and have those conversations. But in regards to tracking, that's not something that we do. That's something that we rely on the Humane Society to do. So exactly like the system they use or how they do that, I can't answer that question.
Mr. Mayor?
Councilwoman Schrader.
So if it's possible, along the lines of Councilman Kavanagh's request to give this specific example to the Humane Society as an educational and opportunity to improve their processes, I would like it if we could ask how they specifically track attacks. Is it by animal? Like, is it in a spreadsheet? Is it in a database? Is it a consistent process that they're using? How do we, I like to get some comfort around that, because I think she brings up a great point, which is if there's not a reliable process in place to track these, we can have the best ordinance in the world, but if we're not able to do something about it, that's just not going to work for us.
We have someone from the Humane Society here tonight that can probably answer those questions if you want to come forward at this time. If you can just state your name and address for the record, please. Hey, get closer to the mic, please.
My name is Tiffany Shields. I'm the Director of Animal Control Services for Idaho Humane Society.
Mr. Mayor.
I apologize that.
Sorry, if you can pull the mic down, council online can't hear you. Just pull it in your face.
Sorry.
There you go. Thank you.
I wasn't present to hear what the issue was, but as far as tracking calls goes, we do track calls. We do know when we have multiple calls at an address. We use a patrol police computer system that is used, that police use, that look similar to dispatch, that police dispatches use. So we can see a history at the address. Also in Pet Point, we also use Pet Point for our cases and our citations. So that can be tracked by name, it can be tracked by address, all of the above. Also, we give monthly reports to the Meridian PD and to the city of Meridian every month that shows every call, that shows what kind of call it was, how long we spent on it, and we provide those monthly, and we have since June of 2020, so I can provide any of that information that you guys need.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Schrader.
Thank you, Director Shields, for getting into some of that. I think the concern would be, so let's give an example. Let's say that you have a call about a dog. At what point does your organization routinely identify that there have been multiple calls and then that triggers an enforcement action with that dog, right? Because under our ordinance, the way that this is supposed to work, my understanding is that, you know, if you have an animal that's already bitten someone, that is an at-risk animal, could be mitigating factors, could be a hearing process, but that should have already triggered something. So at what point in your system do you identify, okay, this is a second strike against this dog, and so then further action is needed?
Immediately, as soon as we receive the call. So if we have a dog that has bitten, let's just say it was a minor bite. Dog bit someone on the ankle, was a minor bite, but it did break skin. We, on a call like that, we would go out, we would educate the owner on the restraint requirements. If it was at large, we would place that animal into quarantine, make sure that the animal currently has a rabies vaccination. So say 2 weeks after that, we get another call that the dog was at large. Nothing happened, but it was at large. So we already know this dog has a prior bite, and now the dog is at large again. So an officer does respond to that. We try to respond in a timely manner so we can pick the dog up, we can possibly impound, we can educate the owner. The citizen would have the option of issuing a citation if they viewed the dog off leash. So all of that is already in place. If the dog has bit again, then further action could be taken under dangerous dog, depending on the circumstances of the bite, though. It's not every dog who's bitten twice who is going to be declared dangerous. It definitely depends on the circumstances, how bad the bite is, what the victim was doing at the time of the bite.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilwoman Schrader.
Thank you. That's helpful. I guess what I'm hoping to hear, though, is that there's some method of review by which you're checking if there have been multiple offenses from the same animal. Let's say it's been 3 years. There was a bite previously. Let's say there was a long period of time that went by. Are they still going to have that information available? And is the person responsible for following up the animal control officer that responds to the incident? Or
Yes. So my dispatcher first, who takes the call, should be researching if there's any history to inform the officer that there's history. The officers do have computers in their vehicles. So if they're out in the field, they can still review past history on the owner or the dog. Sometimes the owners get new dogs, so it's not the same dog. So yes, that should all be in their computer system. Prior to having Omnigo in 2020, then those are hard copied, locked in a shed, and take a little further research, but they are in Pet Point. Cases prior to 2020 are in our Pet Point, and the hard copy files are still available.
okay, that's helpful.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Cavanagh.
Director, I'm glad you're here tonight, and I understand you didn't hear the full testimonies. I'd encourage you to maybe go back and watch what one of our citizens, what their experience was, and then what maybe be beneficial for the council is to get a maybe an email or a report to the council about what the Humane Society's procedure is for responding to victims of crimes. You know, Meridian Police Department does a great job with our victim witness in really working with the victims of crimes. And I look at someone who's been bitten by a dog as a victim of a crime. And I was disappointed to learn tonight that this individual was a victim of a crime, was asked to have to come to the Humane Society to fill out a report, rather than doing that proactive approach that I think Meridian's well known for of meeting our citizens. I was disappointed to hear that's your guys' approach. Maybe that was an exception. And so getting a better understanding about what your procedures are and how you respond to victims of crimes would give me a little bit greater comfort in what future experiences are going to be for our citizens.
Of course, if I was given the citizen's name and case, I definitely could research that and get that information to you.
Yeah, and Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Cavanagh.
it's not just this specific one. This was brought to light tonight, which causes me concern about if that's their experience, how many more of our other citizens are experiencing the same thing. So I think an overview that how your department responds, what's asked of our citizens, what you guys do proactively would be very beneficial for me to learn.
And the lieutenant has the information. She's still in the audience as well from that standpoint, but you can work together on that specific issue, but reply generally that can be shared.
Okay, no problem.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Hoagland.
Tiffany, here, you can have this. This was the handout she gave to us from, shows photos from the attack, so you can have that. So
Happy to look up the case. I don't, and I'll speak to her and see what I can find out.
Okay. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Mayor,
Councilman Pro.
Tiffany, how would the ordinance have improved? How would what the Humane Society is going to be now allowed to do in this ordinance have improved this situation for just using this as an example?
Well, so with the dangerous dog ordinance, how it's going to help the citizens of Meridian more in twofold is that it's much clearer than the former dangerous dog code. It's very defined as to what dangerous dog is, and the procedure allows an appeal immediately after the declaration, but also people who own dogs that have been declared dangerous currently cannot maintain them in Meridian, but they would be able to continue to maintain them under strict conditions and restrictions. This administrative action, we would be able to take action quicker, and we would be able to monitor the animal. Failure to comply with the conditions and restrictions would result in criminal action. It would be a misdemeanor. So we would have more empowerment to control these dogs. Currently, the person can move the dog out of Meridian and we don't know where it is, and then a year later bring it back. And we don't have it ID'd, we don't know where it's been. It could be a hazard to another jurisdiction. But it gives us another tool for us to help these situations with dogs that bite people and dogs that attack other animals.
You counsel, any additional questions? All right, thank you. So no one else who indicated they wish to testify, is there anybody else who would like to come forward and testify on the ordinance at this time? Or if there anybody online that would like to provide testimony, please use the raise your hand feature. See no one coming forward or raising their hand. And I apologize, I wasn't at the meeting on Tuesday. Is the intention to close the public hearing now and take it or leave it open for additional readings?
So, yeah, Mr. Mayor, I was going to ask the council's pleasure. Do you want this on for a second reading with another public hearing, or do you want it on for second and third reading with the as an action item? So it's really the council's pleasure and what you.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Pro.
if there isn't, if it doesn't create an issue for the Humane Society and what they're hoping to accomplish, or our officers and what they're hoping to accomplish, I'd like to leave it on as many weeks as we're comfortable with. I don't want to delay it, but I think it's, the more information we can gather from our public, the more we can get clarification if this is really going to do what every party is intending it to do.
Mr. Mayor.
We could put on, Mr. Mayor, as a second reading with a public hearing for next week if you'd like.
Great.
Councilman Schrader.
I think that's a good idea. There's been a lot of misinformation on social media also about the ordinance. And so to the extent that, people tuning into another public hearing helps educate or bring up issues, I think that's a good thing. Council President Hoagland did a good job trying to, I think, dispel some misinformation that this is like targeting specific breeds of dog, which it is not. There's just been a lot of stuff like that.
All right, then with that,
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Burnt?
We're going to move on to the next.
Yes, I just figured we continue the public hearing. If I had a motion to continue the public hearing,
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Hoagland.
move that we continue the public hearing for ordinance number 22-2002.
Second.
Motion and a second to continue the public hearing. Any discussion? If not, all in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the item will be continued.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Burnt.
just a quick point of privilege, please.
Yes.
I just wanted to give a big shout out to the scout troop that's here this evening. As a fellow scouter, just wanted to say great work and hope you continue in your scouting ways, not only as youngsters, but as adults when you get older. And maybe, if you're lucky, like your adult leaders at one time, pass what you've learned on to future scouters. So keep up the good work. Thanks for leading us in the pledge. That was awesome. These are awesome. That's it.
And thank you, Councilman Burnt. Do they need to follow your ability to move out and about in the wilderness with or without a compass? No response is necessary. Okay, with that, we'll move on to item 2, public hearing continued from October 18, 2022 for IDAC subdivision, SHP 2022-0011. We will continue this public hearing with staff comments.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I did want to just note really quickly, the next 3 action items are mine, so it's the Joe Show, but it will be my last Joe Show. So I did want to inform you all, November 18th will be my last day. I'll be here for the 15th, but that is not the Joe Show. So
We can always continue these items, Joe.
touche. That's true. But I did just want to inform the council of that. I'll do my formal goodbyes then, but did want to inform everybody of that. So yes, this first public hearing tonight for an action item is for IDAC subdivision. The site consists of about 2 acres of land currently zoned R2 located at 840 East Ustick. It was annexed and zoned in 2019 with the R2 zoning district. The proposed short plat will split an existing residential lot into 2 building lots for the purpose of constructing a dream home on the new lot, which would be the larger lot here. The existing home is proposed to remain and is located within the required landscape buffer along Ustick Road, which is an arterial street. The applicant has requested alternative compliance to this buffer width due to the existing landscaping and the location of the home being located within the buffer after the widening of Ustick Road occurred. The director and staff have approved this ALT request just for the lot that has the existing house on it. Subject property again was annexed 2019 for the purpose of connecting to water and sewer. At the time, future plans for the property were not yet known, so the city annexed it in with R2 zoning district consistent with the future land use designation on the site and did not require any DA. Further, due to the existing home remaining and the anticipation that future development would require a subdivision, access to the site was noted to be analyzed with future applications in accord with the UDC. With this application, this short plat, staff has analyzed access to the property. Through UDC 113A3, properties are required to take access from a local street if they currently take direct access from an arterial. In this case, there is no local street available to take access from, as you can see here. They have no frontage anywhere else on any other public local street. Because of this, and to help the applicant comply with the UDC, staff is has recommended and issued conditions of approval consistent with the 4 next points. 1, relinquish the existing rights to the shared access easement with use 870, which is this dashed line here. Add a common drive within a common lot along the west and north boundaries of the proposed lot 2 that contains the existing home. Show the existing home and the proposed home to take access from this new common drive instead of the shared access to the east. And lastly, add a note to the plat stating that cross access is allowed for both building lots and for 870 in the future. Further, staff has confirmed that the existing 3-bedroom home does not have a required garage per UDC. In order to comply with code, the applicant is required to construct a garage for the existing home unless otherwise waived through a future CUP application as outlined in UDC 11-1B. After, I would say earlier today, the applicant's engineer sent me this revised short plat that shows a different common drive. Recent code changes, I'd say probably the last year, we no longer allow, I should say outright, we no longer allow common drives to be located in an easement. They need to be located in a common lot. The applicant can request through the alternative compliance platform to place the common drive within an easement on the plat instead of a common drive. The applicant would prefer that method as shown here due to an existing mature trees, from my understanding, located in this area, which is where I noted the common drive to be, as well as some mature trees here. It's not that they can't be removed or that they can't make it work, but staff would prefer to keep mature trees. And if you placed this area in a common drive, then the building lot for lot 2 would no longer meet the minimum dimensional standards for R2. So staff finds it prudent to, in the future, probably approve an alternative compliance request, but the applicant would have to request that at a later date. Again, a short plat goes directly to City Council, so Commission did not hear this, but staff did recommend approval with the conditions noted in the staff report and with the comments I just made, and I will stand for any questions.
Thank you, Joe. Council, any questions? Okay. I think the applicant was online, if I was not mistaken.
The applicant's being promoted to panelist right now.
You can unmute yourself and state your name and address for the record. Be recognized for 15 minutes.
Hi, my name is Amy Rosa. I'm from Sawtooth Land Surveying, and I'm representing the IDAC plat. Like Joe said, they are hoping to keep those mature trees in place. And so, you know, ideally we'll apply for that alternative compliance at a later date. The fire district, you know, have said they're okay. So we're hoping that that'll get approved. My client is aware that we are going to be vacating that existing easement in the portion in their property. And they are already ready to hook up to sewer and water with the municipalities. And those are pretty much our only concerns. Just being able to have that access and, you know, like I said, remove that existing easement that's in their area. Otherwise, was our only concerns. I don't know for 15 minutes, but that's what I have for you.
We're happy to take back the time. It's okay. Council, any questions for the applicant? Okay, seeing no questions. Mr. Clerk, we have anyone signed up to provide testimony on this item?
Mr. Mayor, we did not.
Okay, is there anybody in the audience who would like to provide testimony on this item? Or online that would like to provide testimony? Use the raise your hand feature. Well, we're down to staff again online, so that will make this a little easier. Then if not, would the applicant like to make any final comments?
Mayor, I'm good on my end. Thank you.
Okay, then council, I'll turn this over to you.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Hoagland.
I would move to close the public hearing on SHP 2022-0010.
Second.
I have a motion second to close the public hearing. Is there any discussion? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the public hearing is closed.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Hoagland.
Yeah, a short plat, sometimes you get into issues. I think the staff has worked through the issues on this and reached agreement with the applicant. And so with that, Mr. Mayor, I move that after considering all staff, applicant, and public testimony, I move to approve file number SHP 2022-0010 as presented in the staff report for the hearing date of November 1, 2022, with the conditions as noted in the staff report.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to approve item SHP 2022-0011 Is there any discussion? If not, clerk call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Strater,
Aye.
Burnt, Perot,
Aye.
Cavanagh.
Aye.
Hoagland.
Aye.
All ayes, motion carries, the item is agreed to. So thank you very much. One down for the Joe Show.
One down. Two more to go here.
Next item up is a public hearing for Slate Stone subdivision H 2022-0039. We will open this public hearing with staff comments.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As noted, the next one is for Slate Stone subdivision. Applications before you tonight are a request for annexation and zoning of a little over 5 acres with the request for the R8 zoning district and a preliminary plat consisting of 15 single-family building lots and 4 common lots on approximately 4.85 acres in the requested zone. It is located at 2707 South Stoddard Road. Subject site is abutted by a public road to the east, Stoddard. Abutting to the north and west is an existing R8 development, the Fall Creek subdivision. To the south are 2 county residential lots that are not yet annexed into the city of Meridian. Subject property is designated as medium density residential on the future land use map, consistent with the existing development to the west and north. Proposal for the 15 building lots on the 4.8 acres constitutes a gross density of just over 3 units per acre, which is at the very low end of the medium density residential designation. Residential lots are shown to meet all UDC requirements per the submitted plat, and the required landscape street buffers are shown according to the submitted landscape plans. Minimum building lot size proposed is approximately 6,150 square feet, which excludes the lot for the existing home because that skews the numbers quite a bit. It does exceed the 4,000 square foot minimum for the requested R8 zoning district. The proposed use is detached single family, and that is a permitted use in the requested R8 zoning district. The applicant has noted the development is expected to develop in 2 phases with an intent to keep the existing home and outbuilding and some pasture within phase 2. Phase 1 is proposed with 12 lots and both common driveways, where phase 2 is proposed with the remaining 3 building lots. So 1, 2, 3 building lots are part of phase 2. Access is proposed via a new local street connection to South Stoddard, which is an existing collector street along the east property boundary. Access to all the proposed homes are from this new local street that ends in a cul-de-sac and includes 2 common drives, one in the southeast corner that accesses 2 lots, one in the northwest corner that provides access to 4 lots. Both common drives comply with the UDC standards. Previously, I actually did not update those plans. Previously, the lot 14 common lot in the southeast corner did not carry on the sidewalk. That has been remedied, so I will skip that. The size of the property is just below the 5 acre minimum, which would require 15% qualified open space in the R8 zoning district. Staff does not find it prudent to require that minimum 15%, as Bear Creek Park is within a quarter mile to the north, or just off of Stoddard. However, staff has voiced concerns with the original proposed open space for the development and a desire to create an area where people can congregate and or kids can play within the development. In response, the applicant has proposed additional linear open space along a portion of the north boundary that includes a micro pathway that essentially creates a pedestrian loop within the subdivision between the 2 linear open spaces. So you have a nice loop pathway system here. The applicant has also included 2 park benches within the widest portion of the linear open space between lots 3 and 4. So that'd be here and seen in red, those 2 park benches. Previously there was no amenity proposed at all, again, because they're not required per code, but they did propose those. Staff finds that the latest revision does create more active open space, as walking paths are repeatedly noted as used amenities within subdivisions. One alternative that staff presented to the applicant regarding open space was to replace one of the lots within the subdivision and add a larger square common open space for the subdivision. Should commission or council prefer that option, then staff does recommend lot 2, 4, or 10 within the subdivision, which would be, I believe it's 2, 4, or 10, I believe. It's hard to see the numbers. And include an amenity within it. Staff prefers this option over the proposed micropaths, but has not specifically recommended that revision in the staff report. At the public hearing, there were 2 pieces of concern from public testimony, which was from the neighbor to the south. Was concern over the development being adjacent to 2 county parcels and a desire for the homes to be single story, especially along the south boundary. Commission discussed the proposed linear open space versus the larger open space and did not make any changes to the recommendation, as well as a recommendation to widen the staff report along Stoddard to 10 feet to reflect a multi-use pathway due to ACHD plans to widen the road and include a 10-foot sidewalk on each side. We also discussed the purpose of the proposed phasing and the timing of development by the applicant, which was for the existing owner to maintain some of their horses just in the interim until the phase 2 develops. And then lastly, they discussed the common drive design and potential trash collection and parking issues, as is always discussed with common driveways. Again, commission did not change anything to staff's recommendation, and the only outstanding issue is the sidewalk versus the pathway along Stoddard, as that is the only point of contention between staff and the applicant. I have not had anything formal from ACHD calling that out, unfortunately. They didn't mention that in their staff report, but when you go on their website and you look through the ACHD website, you can find that they show a 10-foot sidewalk on both sides of Stoddard for their design, their ultimate design. It would be prudent to make the developer do that. In most cases, that's what we want. But if you do require the 10-foot pathway, as noted in the staff report, it will be the only 10-foot section along Stoddard, which is the applicant's point. It's understood. But with that, I will stand for any questions.
Thank you, Joe. Council, any questions for staff?
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Pearl.
Thank you, Joe. Are you able to bring up an aerial view of the property and the homes to the south? I think there's a canal that runs near there, and I'm wanting to see, like, are the properties to the south potential development properties in the county? Are they just probably going to stay residences? How big are their lots and that kind of thing?
Right. Great questions, Councilwoman Perot. It took me a little time to pull up the aerial, but minimally here, yes, this not square line, because you know how humans like square lines, you know, nice straight ones. This is the canal that runs along here, and there are 2 parcels which have very odd property lines to the south. There was plenty of discussion internally and with the applicant and developers about should a road be stubbed to the south? What is their potential redevelopment plan or potential at all, et cetera. Ultimately, it came down to they are smaller parcels. Those existing owners do intend to stay for a longer period of time, and they have not expressed a desire to redevelop. And because of their odd shaped properties, if one developed and not the other, access period is going to have to be maintained. So ACHD didn't require anything additional. ACHD thinks that they're going to remain as is, and staff has agreed with that determination. So the homes are set back slightly. I believe one is here and the other one is tucked away in this corner here for those 2 to the south. If that neighbor is here tonight, she'll probably be able to speak to that a little bit better.
Council,
Mayor.
additional questions for staff?
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Holt Caviter.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Joe, just to, I guess, maybe a quick clarification. I know the school district didn't provide any update about where students for this development would go. I know it's a small development. Your staff report obviously points to that it's walkable to Victory. Do we know middle and high? Is it a case that we asked and they just didn't respond? Or because it was such a small development, we didn't necessarily ask?
Thank you for the question, Councilman Kavanagh. I'm trying to figure out how I want to answer that. I did not ask specifically until after the commission hearing. Typically, my understanding from our contact at the district is if it's a smaller subdivision like this, they won't automatically send us a letter. I shared that opinion just because with 14 lots and their ratios, they're going to say, you know, like 4 kids or 6 kids are going to potentially come out of this. So they would assume that would be able to be absorbed throughout. In addition to that, I have received some feedback that the school district is not entirely sure if their letters matter much anymore. And so they want to try to work closer with staff to make sure that work with them to make sure that letter is needed for a specific development. And so that's why with this one, we had agreed upon that there wasn't a need.
Okay, fair enough. And then just, Mr. Mayor, maybe real quick.
Councilman Cameron.
Joe, I know you're headed out, but I think passing along to your colleagues that I think their letters from West Ada are very, very helpful and something I look for with every annexation.
I will absolutely pass that along.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Schrader.
I'd hate for us to get in a time machine back to where we were at, a year and a half ago with the school district. And I just think about the amount of work that we've done to try to understand the letters and to really work with them with the growth that we're facing, especially in this area. And I want to echo that same comment and go further also and just saying, like, I read it on every single application. It's one of the most important issues to us still. We have offered our help in many ways, and they've said that they have a model that reflects the growth and that they have this covered, but it's still a really huge issue for approving new development. I hate for them to think that these letters are not important. I think they're critically important.
So Joe, you got that? You can deliver that message back through the appropriate channels in the next 2 weeks?
100%. Yes.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Pro.
Joe, I have a question about the open space proposal that staff has made. My understanding is not a requirement, but a strong recommendation. If they weren't to add the additional, to take out a lot and add some more open space, and the report had made a note that the Bear Creek Park is up to the northeast, and then I think there's a middle school up across from there as well. I don't know if the middle school has any kind of recreational options for the public. But what would be the walking paths to get to that location? Would they go out on Stoddard? Because this doesn't seem to connect at all to the subdivision to the north with any kind of footpaths, right?
Councilman Pro, that is correct. Yeah, it has to be the sidewalk along Stoddard. There's no, unfortunately, when Fall Creek was approved along the west and north, there was no stub street or pedestrian connectivity provided to this property. So they would have to use the sidewalk along Stoddard, which thankfully it's not a very big parcel, so it's pretty close. And then yes, there's Bear Creek Park, which I've ran to and used some of their equipment and stuff out there. Lots of grass for a lot of different things, plus playgrounds, and then a lot of grass at the middle school as well. And they're directly across the street from each other.
Mr. Mayor, a follow-up.
Councilman Pro.
Joe, do you know how far away the closest crosswalk is? Would it be at the school?
Councilman Pro, I believe it is, yes, at the school.
Thank you.
Council, additional questions for staff?
Mayor,
Councilman Schrader.
thanks, Joe. I'm sad to hear that you won't be with us too much longer. Bummer. I'm a little concerned that we're not stubbing a street all the way to the south. I know that those two lots are kind of irregular and small. It just sort of feels like anytime we don't plan for that connectivity ahead of time, we're sort of just painting ourselves into a corner. I guess my question would be, how unusual is that for the size of these lots? And if those properties were to develop, what issues could that cause? How many homes could they put there? Would they just go right off Stoddard? How would that work?
Councilman Stoddard, great questions. They're low density residential, whereas this is medium density. So they could only do up to 3 units per acre. I don't think they would get that just because the shape of the lots, plus the irrigation easement, all of that. I think it'd be very difficult for them to redevelop, period, with maybe one additional lot. That's partially why ACHD was pushing for them to just continue to have access to Stoddard and not even, I had to push to get them to say that there should be a public road in this development, let alone the 2 lots to the south. So they don't necessarily find it needed because they're not going to get any real lots. And no additional density is anticipated. If they were to redevelop, staff would probably say, hey, one, hopefully both of them come in, please, at the same time. And then secondly, to just do a common driveway, preferably in alignment with Bear Creek Drive or whatever that street is on the east side. and do the 2 lots, maybe 1 additional and move on.
Thank you. That makes a lot of sense.
Council, any additional questions for staff? Then is the applicant here? Like to come forward? Good evening. Say your name and address for the record. Be recognized for 15 minutes.
All right. My name's Becky Isgary. My address is 2471 South Titanium Place, Meridian, Idaho, 83642. And I'm also glad I'm here for the Joe Show. So I just wanted to say that. So good evening. I'm here to present to you a wonderful housing development called Slatestone Subdivision. Slatestone is conveniently, Slatestone is located directly off Stoddard between Overland and Victory. It's conveniently located 0.3 miles or 1,600 feet away from Bear Park and Victory Middle School. Roaring Springs Water Park, Wazoo Family Fun Zone, and many other commercial retail businesses are just a mile away, making Slatestone a very desirable housing location. This 4.85 acre property is located in Ada County with an existing zoning designation of RUT. We are requesting to annex this parcel into the city of Meridian with a desired zoning designation of R8. We are proposing 15 residential lots, 2 common lots, and 2 shared driveway lots. The minimum lot size will be 6,098 square feet with an average lot size of 9,583 square feet. This project will be developed into 2 phases, with the first phase consisting of 12 residential lots, 2 common drives, and 2 common lots. The second phase will include the existing single-family home and 2 new buildable lots. As requested in the staff report, phase 1 will connect the existing home to city water and sewer, and phase 2 will demo the stables on lot 7. As you can see, this project is currently located in Ada County with a zoning designation of RUT. The project is located just outside the city limits, surrounded by R8 and R4 and county to the south. This is more or less an infill project that will add connectivity, help extend the infrastructure, and expand EMS services. This property has a future land use map designation of R8 medium density residential and is surrounded by R8 to the north, south, and west. The proposed development plans to match the existing R8 developments to the north and west. The proposed R8 lot sizes would provide a nice balance between the mix of larger lots to the south and the smaller lots to the east. This development will comply with the goals of the comprehensive plan to grow the city as a premier place to work, live, and play. The location of this development allows this concept to become a reality as it is so close to everything: schools, parks, and businesses. This development will also enhance the quality and character of the surrounding community by incorporating articulation and visual interest in the exteriors of each home via porches, pop-outs, and material types. There's a letter in your staff report from Ada County fully supporting the annexation of this property into the city of Meridian. The letter states goal number 2.2F in the Ada County Comp Plan, stating that it encourages residential development to occur at urban densities within area of city impact where facilities are available. The county also writes that the application is compatible with the future land use map of the city of Meridian's comprehensive plan as adopted by Ada County, which designates the site as medium density residential and is primarily intended for single family homes at densities of 3 to 8 dwelling units per acre. ACHD is also in support of the project and has written that this proposal meets the district's policy and should be approved as proposed. Stoddard is expected to see significant improvements in the coming years. These improvements include widening of Stoddard Road to accommodate 3 traffic lanes, 2 bike lanes, and the continuation of 5-foot wide attached sidewalks to match what's existing on Stoddard. According to ACHD, the construction is expected to occur after 2023. We are hoping we can time our construction with that of ACHD's, that way we're not causing the neighbors more inconvenience. In the staff report, there is a condition requiring the development to have a 10-foot wide multi-path fronting Stoddard. This slide highlights the existing 5-foot wide sidewalks that surround the development to the north, east, south, and west. Nowhere in this area is there a 10-foot wide multi-path, including near the park and the school. There would be 332 feet of a 10-foot wide pathway. Then that pathway would connect to an existing 5-foot pathway. That doesn't make sense. It would make more sense to have a 10-foot wide multipath on the east side of Stoddard, where there is an already existing pathway on up to Overland. This is a City of Meridian's pathway map. It shows the proposed pathway on the east side of Stoddard, not the west, which makes sense. There's already an existing pathway from Victory to Overland. So we ask that the condition be revised to match the existing widths on Stoddard so our development blends in nicely with the surrounding developments. And I also want to add that in the ACHD's staff report and the site-specific conditions of approval, number 1, it's on page 7, it states improve Stoddard Road with vertical curb gutter and 5-foot sidewalk, 5-foot wide detached concrete sidewalks, which is what we're proposing. So now on to the landscaping. This development is designed to be visually pleasing and purposeful. With Bear Park and Victory Middle School being so close, we decided to create a nice walking loop around the development that would provide a variety of recreational options for folks living in the development. We are planning to have a 5-foot walking path around the perimeter of the development. We're the location and then located on the north side, if I can use my mouse right there. We're planning to have a 3,000 square foot grass area with 2 parks, with 2 benches and shade trees throughout. This plan was a result of many back and forth conversations and iterations with planning staff and the design team. We also kept the neighbors in mind by adding additional buffers to the north and the south, as that was brought up in the neighborhood meetings and the planning and zoning hearing. So that neighbor that came to the planning and zoning hearing, she also wanted a buffer here. So we just put some evergreens here that would provide additional buffer. This strategically planned open space meets the request from both the cities and the neighbors. The landscaping we propose will consist of water-wise plants, meaning the selected trees and shrubs are more suited for the Idaho weather, thus requiring less water to maintain. Here are the major types of shrubs that we've proposed. As you can see, we're going for a soft but sophisticated feel. There will be a total of 20 trees with a mix of 3 tree species: the Norway maple, spring snow crabapple, and the American linden. There will be 4 types of fencing product in this development. The perimeter fencing will consist of a 6-foot tall white vinyl fence. We will then have open vision fencing mainly located around the back of lots bordering the pathway. There will be 3 railed fencing along the south perimeter and 6-foot tall driftwood color vinyl fence that will face Stoddard Road and the entryway. Slatestone subdivision will be a positive addition to the city of Meridian and the residents currently living in the area. The subdivision will enhance connectivity, provide quality and character to the community by using high-end building materials, advanced landscape design techniques, and collaboration with staff and the surrounding neighbors. This development will also help add economic stability for the businesses in the area. We believe this development will help create a more livable community that promotes health, happiness, and prosperity. So I just wanted to briefly talk about how we're going to handle the irrigation of the south side of the property. So basically, there's an irrigation ditch that is existing let's see here. And so what we're going to do is we're going to take the drainage from the neighbor, the flood irrigation waste that's currently draining into that existing ditch. And we're going to put a couple inlets here and along the property line. And then we're going to divert whatever wastewater into those inlets. And that's kind of how we're going to handle that. And then just remove the old piping there. And so we're going to just work with the neighbors to see how their water drains and then put inlets where it's needed, and also work with the city to bring it up to code. So as you can see, we believe we've been thoughtful in this design, and we've made it a point to work with staff and neighbors to come up with a design that would work for both the city and the community. We thank you so much for your time, and we hope we can make this development a part of the city of Meridian. I'll stand for question.
Thank you. Council, any questions for the applicant?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Pearl.
just a couple of questions for you. Can you pull up the slide that shows the colored rendering that had the landscaping on it, showed all of the yeah, that'd be great. That's probably the easiest one to see. So the common drive that is on the west side, where are the driveways going to come off of that? And is the existing home going to access that as well? Is there going to be 4 accesses off of that common drive?
That is correct.
Okay. And then let me see, one more question I have for you. Oh, when I was pulling up Google Earth to see kind of, what the distance was to the parks and the middle school and whatnot, I noticed that it stated that the existing home has a daycare business. I don't know if that's still operating or if that's old, but if it is, was there a conversation about their customers coming through the neighborhood?
That I am not aware of.
It could be an old note by Google. Sometimes, if there's an LLC that's filed or whatnot, and it shows up on there, but it's not an active operating business, then it's not an issue. But just curious if that owner has that. For me, that's an element of, how this is designed. If there's going to be people driving in and out to access that house, or if there's a business there, or if there's a horse operation there.
Sure, I can bring the owner up and she can kind of speak to how that is operating.
Would you state your name and address for the record, please?
My name's Maria Rao, and I live at 2707 South Stoddard in Meridian. And yes, I do have a daycare. It is group daycare, so I'm licensed for up to 12 children.
Can you speak up just a little bit into the microphone? It's cutting in and out.
Sorry, can you hear me better?
Yes, thank you.
I haven't thought about the traffic that comes through. I'm getting close to retirement age, so it may just fall in about the same time all this development goes on, so.
And Maria, it might be a question for you or Becky, but so what is the proposed timing for phase 1 and phase 2? Do you have some idea what that might be?
I'm not sure when they're actually going to start. Phase 2, we're not exactly sure on that. We do have some horses that are getting to the end of their life, and we don't want to change that right now. I imagine the first phase will probably take a couple years. So we're kind of just trying to figure out what's going on with that and how long that's going to be.
Councilman Hoagland.
Yes, Joe.
Thank you. I'd like to touch on both those points. One, I mean, the plats will be alive, so to speak, for, the 2 years once it's approved, if it is approved. And then they can do a time extension if they need to for the phases. And then for the daycare thing, they are approved with a home occupation permit. So, and any of these homes could technically come in and have that approved anyways. So I understand the concern with people potentially driving through here and parking, but that could occur without us really, well, I should say, not without us knowing, but without council knowing for sure. And so I don't necessarily know if that should be a piece of whether this project gets annexed and zoned or not.
Mr. Mayor, now that you're back.
Mayor.
Councilman Holland. Yeah, and one of the things about this that's different is a lot of times we get requests to put in a daycare after all the homes are in. Here, it's already in, so if people want to move there, they know that that daycare is there. So it's a little different scenario for people being aware, so.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Schrader.
I don't know, just to like play devil's advocate on that. I mean, this is a situation we could see coming. So if you want to continue to operate your daycare, I mean, this common driveway is not a road, right? It's much more narrow. Frankly, we don't like common driveways that much. We try to limit the access to them because it creates already issues for trash, issues for the fire department. I guess I personally would like more clarity on whether you would be closing your daycare at the time that phase 2 were to happen, or, I don't know. I just worry about the cars coming through there.
So kind of our plan, and of course things change, but our plan is to take that back lot and downsize our home when we retire. And so therefore the daycare would no longer be going when that happens.
Would you be willing to have that be a condition of approval or in an agreement with the city that before the phase 2 development started, that your daycare business wouldn't be operating? Or, I mean, it's a lot to ask. Like, if I would put myself in your shoes, I wouldn't want to agree to that, but I hate the idea of, especially if the daycare were to expand and then you had like 20 kids, tons of people coming up, dropping off. This would not be adequate.
No, the daycare's not going to expand. I know that for sure. I've been in that business for 20 years and I hate to put a condition on that.
Can I interject here? So would it be possible that we could just add another connection off of the cul-de-sac? Just going west directly, west here into the property, if she wanted to continue to operate daycare.
Mr. Mayor.
Ms. Show.
Theoretically, yes, but then the property couldn't access the common drive at all. You'd have to close any access to the common drive, put 5 feet of landscaping along the entire common drive width adjacent to this building lot, and then build a new driveway out to the public road. It looks like there's plenty of parking, especially for up to 12 kids. But in residential districts, just for council to know, they can't have more than 12, period. So there's no way that they could go over 12 kids of any of the homes. Just to make that point clear about code and home occupation permits.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Pearl.
thank you. I'm glad Councilman Schrader asked the question. It was right on the tip of my tongue. I agree. I'd rather not have a business off of this common drive, especially since there's 4 properties accessing it, and we typically don't really want more than 3 if we can help it. That is of great concern to me. I also have concerns that if the same folks own the lot with the existing home, the lot with the existing building, which is the barn, and then even potentially another lot to the east of that, that they'll kind of inadvertently create kind of their own little pathways, roadways in between those lots, driving back and forth or something along those lines. And now we have that other issue where you might have people that are believing they can utilize those, accesses. So I think it'd be great to be able to access it off the cul-de-sac, knowing what Joe just shared, that it probably wouldn't be the easiest, but I just wouldn't feel comfortable with there being a daycare, especially if there's actually 12 parents. Normally people will have 2 kids in daycare, but if there's 12 individual parents that are coming and dropping their children off and picking them up and trying to access it from this, I'm just not comfortable with that.
Mayor?
Councilman Burke.
I totally get that concern. My only thought on that is they meet code. Code allows them to do it. And if one of the other houses that's on the other side of the common drive want to open up a daycare, they can with or without our approval. And so, if this resident, a homeowner wants to operate a lawful small business on their property that meets code, I don't see how we're in a position to not allow that to happen.
Yeah. Mr. Mayor and
Councilman Hoagland.
question, Joe. It sounds like, one of the concerns is about the common driveway and the width of that. And as Becky pointed out, maybe they could do something there. If that was it's hard to tell looking at a map, if that was a normal street, that takes away all the issues. I mean, you could still have the turnaround and have a full width street. But again, the applicant may go, that's too close to our house. We don't want that. But it takes away the issue of a common drive. But I don't know what hurdles do you see on something like that, Joe?
Yeah, Councilman Hogan, I don't believe that ACHD would approve that, just because they would just want the cul-de-sac at the end of that public road period. So then you're just pushing that further into the site and using up more area that's probably not necessary. They could widen the common drive. Minimum is 20 feet for code. We could request that they widen it if that's what council wants to do with help with some of that. I would like to note, because the whole trash collection thing comes up with common drives, right? If we require them to put a driveway from the existing home right here, you just took up 40 feet of potential area to put trash cans for everybody on the common drive with a 20-foot drive. Would a 20-foot wide driveway next to a 20-foot wide common drive? It's just a lot of driveway connections that may not be necessary in that area. So I just want to point that out, that if council goes that route, you're gaining one thing and losing another.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Hoagland.
follow up on that, Joe. And I'm assuming ACHD wants the turnaround. I mean, for fire purposes, to have a hammerhead at the very end, because they would have space to do a little bit of a hammerhead turnaround for fire trucks. But I think ACHD wants that circular turnaround for just regular traffic. Is that correct?
Council Hogan, that's correct. It's both for regular traffic and the fire trucks. It's already going to be more than 150 feet from the cul-de-sac, probably to their property. So fire has already approved it, but fire understands that if a fire occurs at this house, and the applicant already knows this as well, there will be some fire approved turnaround here, which Fire Chief Bongiorno has stated that there's ample room here for that to occur.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Pearl.
In the past, we've heard permit appeals and CUPs and whatnot related to daycares. And I was of the impression that if there were over 6, that they needed to come to the city and have either some sort of business license or a permit. Is that not the case anymore? Or, I mean, that's always been my understanding.
Mr. Neri.
Councilwoman, yeah, there is a requirement, but it's administrative, so it doesn't go through any kind of public hearing process. But yes, I don't review those personally. That's assistant planners review those. I don't think I've ever reviewed one actually. But my understanding through code is they comply with the code, which is again administrative approval. They get the license. It's pretty cut and dry.
Okay, so a new owner in one of these lots couldn't just go add 12 people to a daycare and call it good. They'd have to come and notify the city.
Yes, ma'am, they would, but I haven't seen us say no to that. It's typically just approved.
Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Neri.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, Councilman Grow. So yeah, Joe's absolutely correct. It's an administrative process. Basically, they have to meet safety standards and requirements, parking requirements, those types of things. But 12 is the maximum allowed in a neighborhood. After that, it's a center, which does require higher permitting approval and actually goes through, I believe, Planning and Zoning Commission for that. So yeah, I don't see a problem from the use here. It's, whether or not it would meet any of this, as long as it met the city standards, we couldn't deny it because the neighbors didn't like it or the neighbors thought it was an intrusion to them. That's not a basis to deny it.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Hoagland.
Another question for Joe regarding that common drive that you said if they expanded it to 20 feet, what is the current width of that common drive now?
Councilman Hogan, I apologize. I hope I didn't say that. The minimum is 20 feet.
Oh,
so
minimum
it
is.
should be 20 feet already.
Okay.
But I'm saying you council can require it to be larger. You could say 25 feet or something, which would be the same width as we require for a commercial drive aisle for two-way traffic.
Okay, thank you.
And I know that this is not city versus county, but it looks like that's currently a 12-foot road if I'm doing very poor aerial math, so it is accommodating the current traffic on a size half that size on a very long stretch compared to what would be a shorter stretch. But the impacts to the local of the other homes is, I know, different than currently exists. So plus minus just observation.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Schrader.
I'd like to get a little bit of clarification from Joe on the 10-foot multi-use pathway request. So, and let's just table the daycare access issue. I think Councilman Byrne is ultimately correct. I don't think we want to limit the ability of a business to operate lawfully. It just doesn't seem like it could be an issue. Maybe it solves itself, sounds like. I know we've had a lot of meetings with ACHD where we've expressed very clearly that the direction we're heading in is a 10-foot multi-use pathway. So I know that they showed some information, but is it that ACHD's report wasn't updated in light of that, or it just sounded like an oversight to me? Because I think everything we've communicated to ACHD has been, that's the direction we're going. Unfortunately, 5-foot pathways and sidewalks were made, but the direction the city's going moving forward is for 10-foot multi-use pathway. And it's because there's tons of reasons. It's way better for all of our citizens. Parents feel safer using those than bike lanes with their kids. There's just a lot of good reasons that we're doing that. And so I guess, Joe, I just wanted your perspective on why there's a disconnect with ACHD on that and Stoddard, et cetera.
Yeah, Councilman Strayer, great question. Again, it wasn't in their report, I think, because of just what's existing out there. And typically Stoddard is a collector, it's not an arterial. And current policies and current street sections don't necessarily, they haven't matched some of these changes that you just discussed with the going away from bike lanes and instead doing multi-use pathways, which is unfortunately 5-foot detached, and bike lanes are what's shown on all their street sections right now, which my understanding is not the way that we're heading as a highway district, as well as what the city wants. So there is some disconnect, I think, between what we all want and what is actually being required within staff reports at the moment by ACHD. So I do think that's where the disconnect occurred. I probably should have reached out and just verified, but when you do go into Bill, my supervisor, actually pulled it up during the commission hearing and showed what the level 3 street was supposed to be, and it showed 10-foot sidewalk on Stoddard. So that's what is apparently planned, but
Yeah.
there is definitely a disconnect.
I did reach out to ACHD and I asked them that I reached out to the project manager on this project, and he couldn't give me a time frame as to when they were going to actually develop Stoddard. He said they don't even have a design. Our issue is that when we build a 10-foot wide sidewalk, we have to have parameters, right? Like when we design this stuff. So if we just arbitrarily put a 10-foot wide sidewalk, where are we going to match it to? And what is that sidewalk to the north? Where is that going to line? Like, they don't have plans yet. So my question is why can't we just build the sidewalk and then ACHD can, at a later date, when they figure out what they're going to design on that, put it in. The problem, like, we're going to have this like meandering connection at that point.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes, Joe.
To the applicant's point, ACHD does take road trust for these types of sidewalk issues, especially if something is currently being designed. I understand the applicant's point for sure. What we don't want to do is construct 5-foot or 10-foot and then have it torn up later and then just redo work that is unnecessary. Maybe amending the condition to note that it can be placed in a road trust is a good idea, only because this is not going to connect to the south. There's no sidewalk. So if it isn't in place right now, everybody's just going to be heading north anyways, typically. At least if they want to cross anywhere safely, there's not a lot of crossings anywhere here. I guess they would run across Stoddard. That's what I would probably do because I'm dumb, but neither here nor there. To get to the sidewalk on the east side of Stoddard and then head south. But just throwing that option out there, is I have seen that occur where we do recommend that as a potential option for the applicant. And it's something that at a final plat stage, we might have a better understanding of what it is that they're going to do along Stoddard. I think from a planning perspective, it's not something that should probably hold up the approvals, but we can definitely continue working it out with ACHD as we move forward, especially at the final plat stage where the construction drawings would get approved.
And we could set aside, like the 15-foot easement or whatever the pathway width, the easement would be. But we just don't understand. We don't want to build a sidewalk that's kind of meandering. We don't know what their design. So how do we match their design to our design? Do you guys see what I'm saying?
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Hoagland.
Yeah, I've had some experience with this on a building committee for a church that located on Meridian Road, which is a state highway. And we had to meet with ITD, meet their standards supposedly, and they required a 10-foot sidewalk through the frontage of our property. All good and well. This is about 2006, 2007. And so we did that. The next development that went in, there's no sidewalk going to the south, to the north. And there's already established subdivision there, so there's nothing. So we put in this 10-foot sidewalk. The next development that came in to the south, commercial entity came in and they're allowed to build a 5-foot sidewalk. So here you have this waste of 10-foot sidewalk that cost us plenty of money, double of what a 5-foot sidewalk would cost, and goes nowhere to the north and back to a 5-foot sidewalk that came later. I don't want this little sore thumb to stick out here. When you look at the property going to the south, it is estates. You've got that property they talked about that is medium density. That's going to be difficult of having anything of high impact in terms of a number of houses. And then you've got estate properties up to Victory. So it's not going to have a lot of traffic, and you have 5-foot sidewalks all the way to the school. And I get what ACHD is trying to do. You see it, some of these sections now that are coming in brand new, but they're all the way along the property. So for me, this would just be sticking out there like a sore thumb. And like I said, it's a little sore subject with me just because we've experienced that and at a great cost that just doesn't do any good. So.
And we would have like 5 feet of that 10-foot pathway just dead end. Like it could cause a hazard, or like just putting that out there as well. And there is no time frame for ACHD's design. So we just asked that right now we just put a 5-foot wide sidewalk as a condition in their staff report and set aside an easement for them.
Mr. Mayor?
Mr. Sidaway.
Try and get my video on here. Hello. I can shed a little bit of light on this. I've been texting Kim Warren back and forth to get more information on our pathway requirements and preference. The condition is written the way that we would want it to be. We do prefer the pathway on the west side of Stoddard from the Reidenbach Canal north to, I think it's Kodiak where the school is. ACHD does have 30% plans drawn. I just received a screenshot of it that does show their plans to continue this sidewalk south to a crossing at the Reidenbach and north up to a crossing at Kodiak. It does cross far fewer properties and also avoids a problematic crossing at Grizzly Drive on the east side. I'm not opposed to the idea of a road trust if it's something that could be done in conjunction with ACHD's project, but it sounds like they are in design for a 10-foot wide pathway on the west side of Stoddard at this location. So I just wanted to share that and ask if there's any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Sidway. Council, any questions or comments?
Mr. Mayor.
Councilwoman Schrader.
I mean, I guess I think that's very clarifying, right? So ACHD is in design and they're building a 10-foot pathway. So it sounds like that's what we need to match up with. It's hard. I get what Councilman Hoagland's saying too. It's hard when things are piecemeal, but this is the direction the city's heading in, and I think we have to be consistent with that. We start making exceptions for people to not adhere to the pathways plan. It's just not going to work. So just speaking for myself, I think we need to require it. It sounds like, Mr. Sidway, if I'm getting this correctly, the way the conditions are drafted currently by staff in the report are adequate for what we need. Is that right?
That is correct. And, I do want to add some credence to what the applicant said earlier, that the adopted plan does have an on-street connection east, because it wasn't seen that there was an opportunity to get a pathway along Stoddard. We do show the pathway along Stoddard on what we now have as our working layer, and we bring that working layer to council about once a year. We have it scheduled to go to the commission in December, where they will make a recommendation to council and bring that. But where this is an annexation, we thought it prudent to follow the working layer, which reflects our recent meetings with ACHD and our current preferred location.
So, Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Hoagland.
Question then, Steve, just for clarification that they do have plans, when they redo Stoddard, they will make that existing sidewalk on the west side, instead of 5 foot, it will be 10 foot, correct?
That is correct. I do have it's just a screenshot that was just emailed to me, but it says they are 30% design plans for ACHD's Stoddard Road widening, and they do show 10-foot pathway on the west. In the location of this application, as well as north and south of it, between the Reidenbach Canal and up to the road where the school is. I think that's Kodiak. Yes.
Okay.
So, yes.
Okay, thank you, Steve. Yeah, if that is the plan, again, we don't know when it'll be executed, then, and I know sometimes things don't get executed in a timely fashion just because of funding sources and everything, but typically they'll execute it like they say they will, just depends on when. So with that, I'm okay with a 10-foot path requirement remaining, since that is part of the plan whenever that gets executed, so.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes, Joe.
To further that point and help maybe quell some of the fears of council on that, it takes time, obviously, for the ACHD to design it, but as well as the applicant. Did I say that right? For ACHD and the applicant to both design where this pathway should be located. So if ACHD is at 30%, pretty soon they're probably going to be at the 50% 50% plans, and by then minimally this portion of it should be done, and the applicant should be at the point to put some of their construction drawings forward for the phase one, and hopefully we should be able to coordinate that, and they would, ACHD has to sign the plat anyway, so if they have these plans in, they're going to note that to the applicant and say, hey, make sure you move the pathway west 2 feet, or hey, bring it in. The applicant is allowed to hug the line between the right of way as well as, the property line, and put it where they need it. We don't want it so far detached from the right of way, but we also don't want it right up against it to make it attached. So I just wanted to say that these coordination efforts do occur rather often between staff and ACHD and the applicant and ACHD.
Mr. Mayor, one last question.
Councilman Hoagland.
I know we have other people who might be signed up to testify, but while the applicant's here, would there be any, and it might be something about, you can just let us know at the closing, but the private drive now, as Joe's noted, it's at 20 feet right now, and 25 feet when you have two-way traffic is what we require. Would the applicant be amenable to making that common drive 25 feet instead of leaving it at 20 to help facilitate traffic to the daycare?
We would prefer that the 20 feet, but if that, we would ultimately prefer the 20 feet.
Right. Well, Mr. Mayor, I'll just let you, as the discussion goes on, discuss with your clients and whatnot, see what they want to do. So.
Sure.
Okay. Thank you.
Council, any additional questions for the applicant? Okay. Thank you very much. Mr. Clerk, do we have anyone that's time to provide testimony on this item?
Mr. Mayor, nobody indicated they wish to speak.
Okay. Is there anybody in the audience who would like to provide testimony at this time on this item? And there is nobody online except for our staff.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Burt.
if there's no one that has questions that has signed up, I just have one quick question for staff in regard to the irrigation that the applicant described. Is staff okay with their irrigation plan, working with the neighbor to the south and what she explained?
Councilman Burnt, great question. I believe I modified that condition already in the staff report because planning is fine with it. But with the first final plat phase, land development will further verify how we do that and the construction drawings for that. But so far, everybody's given it a green light.
Would the applicant like to come forward for any final comments?
Yes, so we kind of briefly discussed the 25-foot common drive there, and we would like to we would like to keep it 20 feet wide, but the problem is she doesn't know when she's going to retire. When she retires, they're going to downsize, and then that's just going to be overkill. There won't be traffic. And who's to say, how much traffic is there now, how much they're getting now? I'm not sure we would like to keep it 20, just for the future use. But if staff or council says otherwise, then.
Council, any questions for the applicant?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Pro.
I'd like to address that a little bit more at length, but I'm happy to do that during our deliberation. Or I can continue to ask questions now, whatever you would like me to do. But if you want me to save that for our deliberation, maybe we could leave the public hearing open.
If you've got him, I'd say go now.
Okay, thank you. Because this is an annexation and we often say this is the one time that we really have to truly get it right. And then after that, of course, it becomes a part of the city. you know, first of all, let me be clear. In all of the questions that I'm asking about the common drive and access and safety, I am not implying that we would ask the applicant to shut down her business. That's not at all the intent that I have in asking those questions or an implication that I am making. So I want to be clear that there's been no confusion about the two. I still have concerns if the applicant's not able to say exactly when the business or, around the time that the business would no longer be operating in relationship to when the construction will be completed in phase one. I'm not comfortable with this as it's designed currently. I would say though that there are so many fantastic things about this this project, and I don't want to throw the baby out with bathwater over this one thing, and I'd love to be able to get it resolved in this meeting because I think you guys have done a great job with the common areas and the open space. I don't personally feel the need to pull another lot out. I think it's designed well enough for what you're trying to do. There isn't anything else about this that has me concerned except for that. So I just want to be clear about that, because if we can, I'm not saying you need to redesign your plat right now this evening, but if we can come to an agreement that can go into the DA, or we can continue the hearing so that we can, maybe the engineer can, look at that design a little bit more, and then maybe they can discuss with ACHD about the pathway. That's also an option.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilwoman Schreier.
Yeah, I'm of the same mindset as Councilwoman Perot. To me, it's just a known condition that creates a safety issue on the common drive, especially with kids, parents backing out. I thought Councilman Hoagland's compromise idea of widening to 25 feet was a good suggestion. But I understand if you would like a continuance to try to rework this, and the pathway being 10 feet also adds another element. So I guess feedback from you on whether you'd rather have an approval with conditions, if that's where we go, or if it needs to be continued, if that's better for you guys. I guess I'd like feedback from the applicant.
Yeah. Is there any way that we can work it out in the DA?
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Hoagland.
Since this is an annexation, I think we need to have a good plan going in before we approve this. So, and right now, I think that's why I suggested the compromise. I don't know if the votes are there if you want to keep it at 20 feet. So I just think, and 10 foot with the ACHD plans to widen that road and put in the 10-foot sidewalks, I think that makes sense now. But for the other, yeah, we just don't know the timing, and I completely understand your client and what they're going through. It's an unknown.
Sure.
But if this is part of their retirement funds, you might have to give a little to get what you really need. So that's the situation, and we've been at it here for quite a while. Maybe if we just take a 10-minute break, Mr. Mayor, and we can stretch our legs and get a little refreshed, and you can have some time to talk it over, and we'll.
So with that, we'll take a 10-minute recess.
Thank you.
You're bet.
There's one. Councilman Pro, are you back? There we go. All right, so I'll go ahead and bring us back out of recess. So council, I'll let you continue to talk or let the applicant come back up if they want to make any comments.
So after discussing with my client, we've decided that we would like to have the daycare operating in phase 1. And then if the city is wanting to condition that the daycare be shut down in phase 2, we can do that. We just want to state that there's a huge need for daycare. But we will be willing to shut it down in phase 2 if that's what the city wants. We believe that in phase 1, there's going to be one lot accessing that common drive at that point, so the traffic won't be as much. And then the applicant's lot, there's plenty of room to turn around, and you can see how small this car is. So everything's going to happen here, and then we can just safely funnel out with just this lot here.
Mr. Mayor.
Questions or comments or thoughts? Councilman Pro?
Thank you for discussing that with the property owner. Was there any conversation about taking access off of the cul-de-sac directly, or is that too much of a challenge because of the way that the home is facing, or?
Yeah, I mean, it faces into their backyard, so that's not ideal.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Schrader.
just some feedback. I'd be okay with a DA provision that was more conditional than that, actually, that said either the daycare could cease operating prior to phase 2 or widening the common drive. I don't know that we're compelling them to shut it down necessarily. I think it's more like come back to the table with a solution at that time if you want to keep operating it. I don't know, just throwing that out there. Mr. Mayor, sorry, one more thing.
Councilwoman Schrader.
Question for the applicant. Do you need a continuance just to rework the 10-foot pathway, or do you feel like you can figure that out?
Yeah, we're fine with putting the 10-foot pathway in there, yes.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Pro.
question for Joe. Joe, do you think that this is kind of a unique situation? We don't often, or I don't think I ever have recommended that an applicant widen a common drive. Do you anticipate that that extra 5 feet is going to accomplish, as a planner who thinks in engineering terms, do you anticipate that that extra 5 feet will accomplish what we're hoping to, which is to just not have, congestion if there's multiple cars coming in? Well, if they're only going to operate until phase 1, then this isn't an issue, but
I believe I'm understanding what you're saying, Councilman Pro.
sorry.
I
Okay.
think, frankly, for the back and forth traffic, I mean, I guess the physical dimension of having 2 cars pass each other on it, yeah, extra 5 feet might help, but I don't know that overall that really is going to do a whole lot in the long term. I mean, it's just an extra 5 feet of asphalt for that HOA to maintain later on. From a planning perspective, again, they could end it right now. We could require them to cease it, but then any one of the lots off the common drive could come in, and unless we put a blanket something in the DA to say no daycares off of a common drive, which again, we've all discussed, we probably don't want to just limit some, business uses like that in a residential neighborhood. I just don't know if it's worth, denying an infill project over, though the concerns are noted. I think that 5 feet extra on the common drive is definitely better than adding another 20-foot wide driveway that just increases the overall cost for the applicant and the homeowners as well.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Hoagland.
Yeah, there's options you can go. I mean, if you wanted to reduce impact and leave the 20-foot, and do you lose a lot right next where the existing building to remain, and you lose that lot, well, that takes off less traffic. But, if it was me, I wouldn't want to lose a lot if I was developing that. That's, the balance. So, and I think you'd be fine with a 20-foot, but I don't know if the rest of my council mates would be fine with that. So that's why I'm looking at 25 feet to allow that two-way traffic to alleviate that. I mean, I'd be happy to make a motion, and then if it goes nowhere, have another motion. So.
The public hearing is still open, so whatever you're ready to go in any direction.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Cavanagh.
I've remained relatively quiet tonight. I appreciate the good conversation. Specifically, I appreciate Council President Burnt really talking about us being selective about one particular business when those 4 other lots could easily replicate the same business. To me, I've got a lot of concerns about this project. It's small, and you've got about 1/3 of the lots that are going to be accessing off of common drives. This just feels so much like it's a rush to develop. It's not as thoughtful as I think it could be. I recognize that it's infill. I still am struggling to figure out the benefit of 2 phases for 15 lots. I think you maybe get closer with extending that common drive to 25, but we also need to be really aware of where the real estate market is headed and developers' ability to begin and complete projects in our community. I don't want us going back to 2009, 2010 and continue these projects only to have them come online 2 or 3 years later. So I think the design of the homes look great. It would complement the neighborhood well, but I just don't think that this project's ready for prime time.
Thank you.
So to comment on that, we have spent over a year working back and forth with the city on this design. This is not a rushed design by any means. We've revised it, worked with the city, worked with the neighbors. It is not a rushed design, and we've taken into consideration all of this. It's 4.8 acres. It's a small project. And what we're doing with phase 1 and then phase 2, that the applicant or what the owner was saying was that, they have 2 horses that are super old, and they don't want to put them down prematurely. So that's kind of why we were wanting to phase it out. It would give them time to.
And Mr. Mayor, if I may.
Councilman Cavanagh.
And apologies if you felt that I said that this project was rushed. I don't think it's rushed. I just think that the layout and the design, I understand what you're trying to do. You're trying to develop a chunk of your dirt while keeping another chunk remain in the county for a county use. And I think for a project like this, it should all annex in together on one phase. Let's plan it as a single phase. And if that means that you have to wait a year or 2 years until your client is ready to retire and actually develop this appropriately, then we need to be patient about that. That's where I'm coming from, is what's best for the community long-term, particularly with an annexation.
Yes, everything will be annexed into the city. That we're not asking for the clients or for the owner's lots to remain in the county. Everything will get annexed.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Hoagland.
Yeah, I think to that point, I think it did talk about the property. I think it meant to the south that was being annexed. That was not being annexed, and that's the property to the south in the report. So I think that's what they were referring to, Councilman Cavanagh, in the report where that property wasn't being annexed was the property to the south, immediately to the south. One of the things too, the proposed linear open space, doing the sidewalk with the benches and whatnot, I don't have an issue with that. I think that it's, it wasn't required to have open space, even though we like to see some sort of open space. So to me, that's that meets the intent of what's trying to be done here. So I think that issue is resolvable. 10-foot sidewalk, if ACHD is moving forward with plans to do 10-foot and hearing from our Parks Director, then I think we should make sure that's 10-foot. And then the common driveway, if that's going to go away when retirement and you're changing buildings and everything, I can see that happening. I think about retirement myself sometime, but I think, Mr. Mayor, if we'll just kick this off and see where it goes and stop talking if you're okay with that. So Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Hoagland.
I move that we close the public hearing on item H 2022-0039.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to close the public hearing. Is there any discussion? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the public hearing is closed.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Hoagland.
after considering all staff, applicant, and public testimony, I move to approve file number H 2022-0039 as presented in the staff report for the hearing date of November 1, 2022, with the following conditions: that the proposed linear open space remain as outlined in the plan, that the development include the 10-foot sidewalk in front of the development along Stoddard, and that the common drive be utilized at 20 feet for phase 2.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Is there discussion?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Schrader.
sorry, I want to make sure I understood that. Did you say you're proposing to keep the common driveway at 20 feet?
At 20 feet width, yes, Mr. Mayor and Councilwoman Strader. Yeah.
And Mr. Mayor?
Councilman Schrader.
And then did that also include a condition that the daycare business cease prior to operating phase 2 or no?
No, it did not.
Got it. Okay.
So I said, I'm just throwing something out there, see what's going to fly.
I gotcha.
Is there further discussion on the motion?
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Burton.
I'm in favor of this application. I think that there is a lot of thought. Of course, we always want more open space, but there's a park across the street that the folks who live in this subdivision will be able to get to and will be able to utilize. I think when we came up with our comprehensive plan that we currently have, I think that was one of the conditions that we spoke about, to utilize open space and parks to the best of our abilities. As far as the daycare is concerned, I'm just sort of scratching my head on this one. There's this business is lawful. They meet every code requirement that we have in the city. And they have plenty of property in order to maintain this business in an effective way. I know in past conversations we debated daycare facilities and especially ones that neighbors were against, and those businesses had nowhere near the amount of property in which to maintain a lawful business as this property does. I think 20 feet is plenty wide enough. I find it hard to believe that, cars are going to be screaming down that little common driveway to the roundabout. I don't understand what the big deal is on this project. It is an infill project. It's definitely well thought out, and I don't see any issues of why we should vote against this project this evening.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Schrader.
just to explain my thinking before the vote, I don't love the design's reliance on common driveways. I don't like common driveways. I believe we should limit them. Every time we've revised our code, we have done so. I think we should consider limiting future businesses accessing common driveways. It's just a simple safety issue. I respectfully disagree, but I respect my colleague. In the morning at 8 a.m., if you have even 4 families dropping off, going one direction and somebody backing out of their common driveway, you barely have room for 2 cars to go past each other. It's a safety issue involving kids. I'm not okay with it. I would be okay with a different type of DA condition around this that I think would give them a lot of flexibility, but I will be voting no as of now.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Pro.
I think Councilwoman Strader stated that very well, and I'm in agreement with her with just one minor addition. That is that because, and Joe can correct me if I'm wrong, because there's not a time requirement for when they're supposed to be completing phase 2, unless we, I guess, potentially put one in the DA. Phase 1 can be done and they could potentially just keep operating the daycare, because if phase 2 is going to take an indefinite amount of time. So it's possible that, I understand the applicant's plans, but plans change. Not only that, but because we are moving into a down market with our real estate, and I don't mean down in a bad way, but just adjustments. We don't know if phase 1 is going to even completely develop or sell, and it can be a really long time before it develops or sells. And if that's the case, we will continue to see traffic movement, most likely, with having individuals dropping off their children in the area. So not to mention the amount of construction that they're going to be going through to get there. So just lots of safety concerns that I have. And as I said before, I think there's so many fantastic things about this. And I don't think that this is a problem that can't be solved. So that's all more I'm going to say about it.
Any further comments or
Mr. Mayor?
Councilman Hoagland?
Yeah, just the final comment, if this, for folks who are out there, if this motion does not pass, there is still opportunity for council members to make another motion. So that's always on the table here. So just so you know how the process works.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes, sure.
I would also like to note, I guess I must have misspoke earlier, and I was just not thinking correctly. Because this is in the county, they're allowed up to 12. Under city code, they're only allowed up to 6 for a daycare as an accessory use permit, a home occupation accessory use permit. If they want more than 6, so 7 to 12, then it's a conditional use permit within the R8 zone. So what they're doing currently would not be allowed at the number of clients. However, they can definitely come in and do 6 or fewer with a future accessory use permit. Because again, that permit is with the county right now. So I don't know how that would work. If they're annexing, they're going to have to comply with our code. But they would be up to 6, which should help quell some of these issues, I would hope. But again, they could come back and get a CUP for up to 12. And that happens often. I just want to clarify that.
Thank you, Joe.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Hoagland?
we'll just chalk that up to short timer's disease.
All right. Well, with that, we'll call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Strader,
No.
Burnt, Perot,
No.
Cavanagh,
No.
Hoagland.
Aye.
2 ayes, 3 noes. The motion does not pass. Are there additional motions? We have not gone to proxy voting.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Strader.
I'll give it a try. After considering all staff, applicant, and public testimony, I move to approve file number H 2022-0039 as presented in the staff report with the following additions or modifications. First of all, that we confirm that the linear open space can be as proposed. We uphold staff's recommendation to widen the sidewalk along Stoddard to 10 feet to reflect the multi-use pathway as discussed. And finally, prior to developing phase 2, either the daycare needs to cease operating or they need to widen the common drive to 25 feet.
I'll second the motion.
I have a motion, a second. Is there discussion?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Cavanagh.
I guess a question for Mr. Neri. Conditioning the ceasing of a lawful business as a condition of annexation, any concern from your office about that?
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, no, because again, it's a
Okay.
annexation condition, it's a contractual condition. I do think the earlier comment was made was if it's conditioned on phase 2, I don't know when phase 2 is going to develop, but then we also have to get extensions of time that the council eventually would see. So, I'm not concerned about that portion of it. So we can certainly do this.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Pearl.
I didn't second the motion because I do have concerns about how it was stated with the common drive. I would prefer that the common drive be completed at the end of phase 1, because if it's completed with phase 2, there's, phase 1's done, there's still gonna be vehicles driving through to that existing home that's still there. I don't think that phase 2 needs to be started and or completed before the common drive should be required to go in, if that's going to be the access to that common drive has to be there to access the home as it exists now, correct? That is part of phase 1, the common drive.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes, Joe.
Yes, both common drives are part of phase 1. So I don't know that whatever width we would require would be done with phase 1, not with phase 2. We're not going to do 20 feet and then add 5 feet later.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilwoman Strader.
Well, that gives the applicant the flexibility to decide how they want to approach it though, right? That's how I look at it. They can wait and not widen that common driveway, taking a roll of the dice that retirement's going to happen, it's all going to come together, or they can weigh it wouldn't make economic sense for them not to widen the driveway, to your point at phase 1. But at least this puts that decision in their court. And I would prefer to give them that flexibility.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Hoagland.
And to me, allowing them to have that access, they'll be the only ones accessing that drive. There won't be phase 2 homes there. So that's limited to that traffic only. So that makes sense to do it that way.
All right, question's been called. Clerk will call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Strader.
Aye.
Burrow.
Did you just call me?
Yes. Pro.
Aye.
Cavanagh.
No.
Hoagland.
Aye.
4 ayes, 1 nay, and the motion is agreed to. Thank you. And we will move on to item 3 in tonight's Joe Road Show. Next item up is a public hearing for Allure subdivision H 2022-0050. We will open this public hearing with staff comments.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So let me pull it up again. Sorry, I'm writing down what we decided on lastly. Got to make sure I got to write things down so I don't get the short timer syndrome, Okay, last item. The Allure subdivision. Site consists of 37.3 acres of land currently zoned to R4, located at 5385 South Meridian Road, directly north of the half-mile mark on the west side of Meridian Road between Amity and Lake Hazel. It was annexed into the city in 2015 as part of the South Meridian annexation with a number of other properties. Because of that, there is an existing DA. The summary request for you tonight is a rezone of 39.39 acres from R4 to the TNR, the traditional neighborhood residential zoning district. A preliminary plat consisting of 226 single-family lots and 36 common lots on 37.3 acres of land in the requested zoning district, and a modification to the existing DA as required by the existing provisions for the purpose of entering into a new agreement consistent with the proposed plat. The future land use designation on the site is medium density residential, which allows dwelling units at a density of 3 to 8 units per acre of gross density. The proposal for 226 building lots on the 37.3 acres constitutes a gross density of approximately 6.05 units per acre, which is consistent with the MDR designation on the property and is slightly more than the Briar Ridge project to the south that's also the TNR zoning district. In addition, the requested zoning district of TNR requires a minimum net density of 6 units per acre. The net density of Allure is nearly 7.5, making the subject plat compliant. Through the pre-planning process, applicant and staff work together to propose different housing types within this project to both match and also diversify the housing types proposed at Briar Ridge to the south. The grid-like street layout and the different housing types led the applicant to request the TNR zoning district as Briar Ridge did to the south. Staff supports this request and the overall proposed layout as it continues the design and future transition from properties to the south. Staff finds that this development is generally consistent with the comprehensive plan. However, despite this development meeting a majority, I should say, as I also noted with Briar Ridge that was approved to the south, this development meets a majority of the comprehensive plan policies and is being proposed with an insightful and carefully considered design. There are minimal urban services nearby. Thankfully, the property does abut an area of mixed-use community to the north, which is anticipated to contain commercial uses in the future. And in addition, the proposed site design with substreets and pedestrian facilities helps set up an appropriate connectivity between this project and the anticipated commercial uses to the north. Access is via a new local street connection to West Quartz Creek Street, which would be this local street connection right here. Quartz Creek runs along the south boundary, the entire south boundary. It is proposed to be complete. Project is proposed to complete West Quartz Creek Street, which is a collector road for shared access to the Meridian Road, State Highway 69 along the east boundary. Briar Ridge project to the south is constructing at least half plus 12 of the proposed Quartz Creek Street section with majority of the required pavement. 3 substreets are also proposed, 2 to the west boundary and 1 to the north, to undeveloped properties. The project did not meet secondary access requirements as originally submitted. Approved secondary access is required by Meridian Fire, and those options have been discussed and approved by Meridian Fire Department. Staff has recommended constructing the emergency access consistent with the noted option B within the staff report, which would put it approximately in this location. However, option A would be for the public street connection out here to go up to Amity. That is the overall preferred method, but if that cannot occur, then option B would be. However, if the public road does go out to Amity, then the existing condition within the staff report will become null and void. ACHD is also requiring a secondary public street access to be constructed prior to their agency signing any plat containing more than 100 building lots, because the additional vehicle trips from this development will push the Quartz Creek access to the highway over the allowed threshold for a singular collector street access, which is 3,000 daily vehicle trips. Specifically, Briar Ridge accounts for approximately 2,000 of those trips, and Allure is allowed to only add an additional 1,000 trips, which would be approximately 100 building lots. Through the TIS, ITD is requiring an additional 12 feet of right-of-way along Meridian Road for the purpose of constructing a future southbound right turn lane from State Highway 69 onto West Quartz Creek Street. Contrary to the previous requirements for Briar Ridge to the south, ITD did not require this applicant to enter into any cost share agreement for the intersection improvements to Amity and the highway. Specifically with that, I have met with ITD, and they are generally moving away from cost share agreements unless they have a specific agreement with that city, which is why they did not require it with us, because they do not have an agreement with the city to collect those fees on their behalf. The remaining roads within this development are local streets that are at least 33 feet wide that have 5-foot detached sidewalk and 8-foot parkways, creating a beautiful streetscape and identity for the entire project. It also continues the traditional neighborhood design that Briar Ridge has to the south. And as I noted with that project, overall sets this area up for this somewhat traditional neighborhood design. A number of the internal local streets will require traffic calming prior to ACHD final approval, and staff has included a condition of approval consistent with those streets and standards. There is an existing home and outbuilding on approximately 1 acre along Meridian Road currently. And other than that, no other site improvements are known. The historical use for the subject site is agricultural in nature. Property owner does intend on continuing to farm the property as it develops over time. Staff has included a DA provision related to this request at the owner's behest. The proposed uses within this project are all residential, detached single family, detached alley loaded single family, attached single family, and alley loaded townhomes. All uses are permitted residential uses within the requested zone. Project is proposed to be constructed in 5 phases, as you can see on the bottom right. The submitted preliminary plat shows a minimum lot size of approximately 2,300 square feet and an overall average lot size of approximately 4,300. Residential lots appear to meet all UDC dimensional standards. The sidewalks and parkways also meet UDC and ACHD standards. In addition to the internal sidewalks, the applicant is required to construct a segment of 10-foot multi-use pathway along the Meridian Road frontage per the master pathway plan. The applicant is showing this required pathway segment within the landscaped common lot street buffer along State Highway 69. The Allure subdivision is proposed with a preliminary plat area of approximately 37 acres, requiring a minimum of 15% qualified open space, which is approximately 5.6 acres, and a minimum of 8 amenity points per the updated UDC open space code. The applicant is continuing a segment of multi-use pathway along Meridian Road, which is approximately 1/4 mile long, which equates to 2 amenity points. In addition to the pathway, the applicant is proposing a swimming pool with changing facilities and restrooms, which qualifies for 6 amenity points, and is including a playground area, which qualifies for 2 amenity points, all within the central open space lot. Therefore, the applicant is proposing amenities worth 10 points and exceed the minimum requirement of 8. The applicant's revised open space exhibit shows 6.42 acres of qualified open space, which is approximately 17.2% and exceeds the minimum required amount of 5.6. The commission did recommend approval. At the public hearing, there was support of the project and desire to partner with the applicants in this area to help construct the access to Amity for the purpose of getting the local street access out to Amity and include sewer services for a future church site to the northwest. Support of the project and appreciation for staff's assistance following the passing of the original developer, Matt Schultz, as well. At the commission hearing, the commission discussed the common driveways and their numbers and concerns, and noted concerns with trash collection and overflow parking. They also discussed the timing of development phasing, specifically in regards to the nearby urban services. They discussed proposed parking for the alley loaded homes and confirmed that each unit has a tuck under garage as well as a parking pad and driveway. They clarified any motion regarding the emergency access required for fire, which it's not needed because it's already in the staff report. They also discussed the timing for the deceleration lane and turn lane onto Quartz Creek Street from the north, which there is an existing condition of approval requiring that with phase 1. Lastly, they discussed concern over the singularly proposed pool and its size for the proposed number of homes and future residents. They provided caution to the applicant on the size of the pool and the potential addition of amenities being needed in the future. They did not change anything specific to staff's recommendation, and there are no outstanding issues for City Council. Following the commission hearing, Pastor Doug Connolly did offer written testimony and supported the project in its design, as well as the shared interest in obtaining that public street connection out to Amity for both vehicular and sewer access for both properties in order to develop a new church campus on that property. After that, I will stand for any questions.
Thank you, Joe. Council, any questions for staff?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Pro.
Joe, what did you say about the drive aisles for sorry. You all know I'm sick, so I'm starting to get foggy brain. What did you say the driveway lengths were for the alley loads?
Councilwoman Pro, I did not, but they will meet the minimum requirements, which are 20 feet for alley loaded. And then they'll have the 20-foot driveways as well for each unit, each building lot.
Council, any additional questions for staff? Okay, would the applicant like to come forward? You say your name and address for the record, please.
John Brecken, Brecken Land Design, 6661 North Glenwood Street, Garden City. Thank you, Joe, and I'm sorry to see you go. Enjoyed working with you over the last few years. Anyway, I'd like to add a little bit to Joe's presentation, a little more detail, maybe answer questions that might have. Next slide, please. This is just a general overview here of the area. Shows the project site, main access on Quartz Creek Street, adjacent developments to the south, to the east, and then also been working with our neighbors to the north. Hawkins Development is planning a mixed-use commercial development on both sides of Amity Road to the north. And there's also, you'll see on our plan here in just a minute, we have a vehicular access to the north that we've been coordinating to allow for connection up to Amity Road at some point in the future. This is just, again, overview zoning map shows adjacent zoning for reference. Next slide. Existing schools to the north. Next slide. Emergency services for reference. Fire station, police station. New fire station number 8 to the southeast. I believe it's currently under construction. And then here's our proposed site plan. Actually, if you could go back, that other one there, Joe. So on this plan, I wanted to show this because I've got a few more slides here that speak to the access and show a little more detail there. But this one shows what we're wanting to do. We have, of course, the landscape buffer along Meridian Road. And then also Joe spoke to the secondary access that would come through the northeast corner. And what we'd like to provide there is the same thing that we did for the Prevail subdivision, which you can see on this slide, provides that emergency vehicle access into that site. It'd be very similar to what happened at Prevail. Next slide, please. And then this is just a shot of what we're proposing for the Meridian Road frontage, a berm and a fence. Again, this is almost identical to what is existing and what was approved on the east side of Meridian Road with the 10-foot wide pathway, the berm, and then the Simtech fence. Next slide, please. Here, this is the access map. Shows also some phasing, future access, as well as emergency vehicle access options as the development is built out. You can see the option B, which allows emergency vehicle access to Meridian Road. And then ultimately, the plan is to connect Amity Road to the north. And that's what we've been coordinating with Hawkins, because they would like to see that connection as well. As part of their development, provides that connectivity and access to those commercial facilities. They're currently working on their plan, and we've been coordinating those efforts to make sure we align all of our improvements and allow for utility connections. This is a slide that shows a little more detail on the ITD frontage and what ITD is planning for improvements on Meridian Road. Next slide. And this is just a little more overview, shows an aerial map for reference. Now this changes the orientation. That's Meridian Road, and north would be to the west, or the left side of the screen, I guess. This also shows the existing home on the property, and yes, and then Quartz Creek access on that south side. And you can also see the proposed improvements that would be along that Meridian Road frontage, turn lane, and other future improvements along that stretch. Next slide. Here's a little graphic which we're in line and agree with to allow for these improvements as part of phase one. I think it'd be a good idea, allow for safety and access to this, as well as the Briar Ridge development. You can see it just will push some of the line work over to allow for that turn lane, which is similar to what we did for Schaefer View across the street. Next slide. These are just for reference, proposed roadway sections. These are also in the preliminary plat drawings. Next slide. Got a pretty good amount of open space throughout, and very excited to see the little neighborhood park go in the center. I think it'll be a nice asset to the development. There was some discussion with P&Z regarding the pool size. The pool hasn't specifically been sized as of yet. I did do a little bit of homework on that, and based on some standards that I found, pool size is to be 8 square feet of water surface per bather. It's part of the challenge trying to determine what pool size is appropriate for this development is that we're not real clear on how many people are going to live here and how many people are going to be using the pool at any one time. These are things that will need to be addressed as part of the swimming pool improvement submittal. That will be a separate submittal that will come in front of the city for review and approval. Yeah, but anyway, I kind of did the math on that. If you we've got 226 homes, and if you take an average of 3 people per home, that's 678 times 8, and you end up with 5,424 square feet. Now, if everybody came to swim at the same time, you'd end up with a pool that's approximately 75 by 75 feet, which is very large swimming pool. Or it'd be an Olympic size swimming pool that's 36 feet wide. So anyway, I'm hoping that as this project continues, I'll be involved in the design of the pool. I'm a certified pool design professional, one of the other hats I wear, and we can work out those details of that pool size in the future. Next slide, please. I really like this graphic. This kind of gives you a little overview breakdown of the different proposed product types, housing styles, and where they're distributed throughout the site. You can see we've got pretty even distribution and allows for a variety. Might as well bring it up here. We do have some private drives, and but we have kept those to a minimum. They're in either 3 of the corners of the property. So northwest, southwest, southeast, and then along the east side, there's two, so for a total of 5. They're not really preference, but they do provide a nice design solution in those corner locations. So we've tried to minimize how many we have of those. Next slide, please. Just a phasing plan for reference. Starting on southeast corner, and we have coordinated with the engineers at Briar Ridge regarding the sewer. Nothing definitive there, but in general, we're willing to work with our neighbors to provide the best solution for the city as things get built out. Next slide, please. This just kind of speaks to the open space, playground amenities. Next slide. Swimming pool. I'm hoping that it'll be a very nice amenity for the overall development. Next slide. One of the things probably not very clear on the overall plan is we've got a nice berm on the south end of the park. And the plan is to, for that to be used as a sledding hill when the time is appropriate. Be a nice place for kids to play. Here's some slides of the home elevations, different product types. Next slide. Townhomes. Next slide. So this is smaller carriage homes, and then the more traditional homes. Overall, I think very, very nice homes. It'll be I'll be happy with the way it looks when it's finished. Next slide. This might be the last one. We're, I guess, just, we're in agreement with all staff's recommendations and conditions of approval, and look forward to seeing this addressed. Stand for questions.
Thank you. Council, any questions?
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Kavner.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. John, appreciate the presentation. Want to commend you on a couple things that I've been real sensitive to, which is really the equity of the higher density housing being placed in close proximity to our open space. Seeing your proposal here really speaks to that. It makes it easier for the people that maybe don't have as big of a yard to be placed in close proximity to the open space and the pool. I just think that's really, really thoughtful. A couple of just quick questions for you. When I followed your phasing plan, it looked like kind of the majority of the open space and amenities would be completed at the conclusion of phase 3. Is that your intention?
Mr. Mayor, Councilman Kavner, maybe we can go back to that slide, and yes, I would have to say yes. So half of the park would be built in phase 1, and then the remaining half, which is really just green space, the rest of the field would be included in phase 3.
Great. And then, Mr. Mayor, one more, if I may.
Councilman Kavner.
John, I may have missed this in your narrative and staff report. Why the request for rezone from TNR to what you're asking for tonight?
I think I'd have to lean on Joe for that response for a little bit, Councilman Kavner. It has to do with the density and the housing type.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor.
Joe?
So they're currently R4 and they're requesting to go to TNR.
That's what I meant. I said that backwards. Apologies.
Sorry, yeah, I was like, are we changing it again?
Oh, they're going
It
for
was
more
because of
Sorry.
the multiple housing types proposed originally, with the alley loaded and some of the townhomes. That's not something that you can do in an R4.
Okay, got it. Thanks, Joe. Thanks, John.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Pearl.
thank you. So just wanted to make sure I heard you correctly. The portion of the open space where the pool is going to be done in phase one.
Mr. Mayor, Councilman Pearl, yes, the swimming pool, the playground, those amenities and most of the park would go in as part of phase one.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Pearl.
thank you. I wanted to get that clarification just in case there's a delay between, that maximum of 100 homes before the light or, and then having to wait for that light. There's a delay in starting with the rest of the phases. I want to make sure that phase one doesn't have, no amenities to use. Okay, so just one other question actually for Joe, if I may. So I understood all the staff reports comments regarding, why these were showing as R4 and the annexation from the city. And, that's what the future land use map says. And now we're not really using R4 that much as a terminology. But with this being so close to the high end, the net being 7.5 and so close to the high end of the TNR range, what happens with the properties that develop directly to the west? Those are empty lots right now. Those also, because they're just kind of R4 is just kind of a placeholder, those could also potentially develop as TNR or have the same density of like closer to 8 net units an acre. So what happens to the county properties just to the west of that? Like, are we going to run into some issues with transitions again, like we have in other parts of South Meridian?
Councilman Pro, so the 7.5 is their net. Their gross acreage is actually 6, just over 6. I think it's 605 units per acre. So they're right in the middle, pretty much. Well, I guess they're just over the 50% mark, right? The median. The transition type of things would be what, we would evaluate that as those projects come in. So yeah, the R4 lot to the west is one of those annexed with South Meridian. And if they redevelop, because they may be able to after this gets constructed, we would discuss that with them at that point. They could do TNR. They may come in with R8 and not want to do multiple housing types or maybe just some larger lots, et cetera. And we would just, like any other project, just work with them to transition between different lot sizes that they want and don't want. I can't quite remember how, I'm pretty sure this whole mile block is nearly medium density, but then also we run into some areas that are not in our area of impact anymore and are in city of Cunis area of impact. So there will be some more difficult discussions later on regarding that. But at this time, yeah, we were just going to work through those as they come along.
So you don't think that this would encourage then the properties to the west to be just as dense, just because they're going to have to try to be matching up the backyards? I know we don't have a specific, unit to unit transition plan, but I doubt they're going to want to put larger properties behind. I know they're doing the single family, which is nice for that transition, but still quite dense.
Councilman Pro, overall, the project is dense, and typically, yes, we wanted to set the stage with this TNR zoning district and get these street trees that we don't typically see. Detached sidewalks within neighborhoods is an old school kind of thing to do, and which is sad that we've gone away from this over the last 60 years or so in the country. But bringing this back, pedestrians feel safer, people move more, they feel more part of the community. We want to kind of push that. That's a big planning thing, is to help activate these areas. And they can do it without doing TNR, but TNR is a way for staff and the code to require it, which is nice. The only caveat is that they have to have 6 dwelling units per acre net, which isn't very hard to get when you take out open space and driveways or streets. And then have two different housing types, which could be a couple single-family attached plus detached single-family, but to the west, and as those develop, I would presume that they may want to do some TNR, but they may also want to do R8. I mean, the perimeter lots on here are larger-ish lots. That's Briar Ridge did the same thing to the south and put the larger single-family detached, more of the traditional R8 lots along their perimeter, specifically for that reason, so that projects to the west don't have to continue the TNR if they don't want to. They can take these larger lots, try to meet them on lot line to lot line on one side, and then put a local street and just kind of mirror the overall design here. And then they can add bigger lots if they want to.
Mr. Mayor, just one more quick question and I'll be done.
Going pro.
I don't know if Joe or the applicant would like to answer this, but with the 4-unit townhomes, are there going to be, there's going to be garages and they're going to be accessed from the alley? Is that right?
Yes,
And
ma'am.
what will the driveway lengths be there?
The driveways will have to meet the code requirements, so at least 20 feet deep with the 20 by 20 garage.
Okay, so there's no more 5-foot driveways.
Correct. No.
Yeah.
It's been confirmed that these will have, because they're probably 3-bedroom units at least, then they have to have that 20-foot driveway
With the townhomes, correct? Not,
with all of them.
oh, okay, great, thank you.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Schrader.
I just have one for staff, maybe for the applicant to react to later, but doesn't seem totally fair, right? We have Briar Ridge and other developers that have paid into an ITD cost share. Not to open up that hornet's nest, but why are we moving away from that? They made it sound like it's because we're not requiring it anymore. Is that the case? I just want to understand, are we being consistent? in
We've
how-
never required it to anybody.
Okay,
So people can voluntarily give ITD money if they want to, but we have never once asked, required, or otherwise made it a condition to give ITD money.
now that's helpful. And Mr. Mayor?
Councilwoman Schrader.
So I'm just curious with the Briar Ridge subdivision, because it was referenced that the Briar Ridge subdivision had paid into that cost share. Was that driven by a requirement directly from ITD, Joe? Or were we somehow involved, or how did that happen? Because I just care about the consistency. And it sounds like we have a consistent approach. I'm not sure if ITD does, but who drove that?
Was it for improvements that were required for part of their development? 'Cause that could be the difference. I mean,
Yeah.
ITD has gone out and said, this is going to be the cost to local development for a road improvement expansion. We'd like you to pay in versus you're required to put in a decel lane and we'll do it for you if you pay in. So
Councilwoman Schrader and Mr. Mayor. So there's yes to what Mr. Mayor just described, the cost share agreement. Well, I guess first, no, it wasn't ours. That was ITD. ITD's condition memo, because they access this highway system. So they review the TIS. They look at what intersections are require mitigation. And previously they were doing cost share agreements and asking the applicant to pay into these for future improvements, specifically at those arterial to the Meridian Road intersections. To your consistency comment, I noted that because I actually read these staff reports when they come to me. I noticed that there was a disparity in that, and that, hey, we did this with Briar Ridge, that now we're not. I was confused. So I met with ITD, and they've got some newer people there, and I met with their team, especially our new District 3 rep, and they had told us, well, their legal is telling them that unless they have a specific agreement with the city, they're not going to do the cost share agreements anymore. I don't want to open up this can of worms too much because it's well beyond what we are doing here tonight, especially me, but I have another project that had a cost share agreement from 2020, and that applicant is trying to give ITD money, and ITD is being mute on it. And they can't even give ITD the money that they are trying to give them because of these agreements not being actually in place. So that's a much bigger discussion that I believe the city and ITD probably wants to have. But If it sounds like my information, what I gathered from them is if there's not a cost share agreement in place between the city and ITD, they are no longer going to push for those improvements. So in this case, that's why they didn't do it with Allure and instead said, please put in the decel lane and to, the southbound right turn lane onto the.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilwoman Schrader.
Thanks a lot, Joe. And I'm going to compliment you because you're going to be leaving us. But that's one of the things I love most about you is that you could see that issue ahead of time. You knew there would be a question and you already had addressed it. That's awesome. Mr. Mayor, I have one question for the applicant.
Councilwoman Schrader.
Can you explain the timing of option A to reach Amity? Because it looked like ACHD had a requirement of like 101 homes to have another access. And it looked like by the end of phase 2, you're kind of there. So if you could talk about that.
Mr. Mayor, Councilman Schrader, the Amity Road connection is really going to be dependent on agreements with our neighbors and development timing. I mean, I think the preference would certainly be to connect to Amity Road. Unfortunately, I'm speaking for our neighbors, but they've, Hawkins in particular has told me that they would like to see that go in. So it's really going to be a timing thing. If they are ready to proceed and the market agrees with that so that they can proceed, I mean, it's probably the same thing for us. But nonetheless, I think the short-term answer in any case to get a second access would be to Meridian Road. And then if things work out, maybe we don't have to do that and we can connect to Amity, which would be a better long-term solution, in my opinion.
I see. So you're not, because you could actually connect to Meridian Road, you're not really constrained in terms of your phasing from the timing to the property of the north then. So instead of it being like a landscaped emergency access, you would create a road connection there?
Councilman Schrader to Meridian Road.
Right.
Mr. Mayor, Councilman Schrader, the Meridian Road access would be both. So it is definitely an open space area. It's large enough to provide both. I kind of spoke to that a little bit earlier, referring to Prevail across the street. If you're familiar with that, we did the same thing there where we allowed or provided a paved connection with a gated access so that only emergency vehicles could go through, but it also allowed for pedestrian connection through the 10-foot pathway on the Meridian Road frontage. And so, on a daily basis, it functions as a pedestrian pathway, albeit a little bit wider than what's ordinarily seen for pedestrian pathway. But then it doubles as emergency vehicle access through that open space. Certainly be, we've got the berm along the frontage, we've got landscaping within that zone.
So, but, sorry, but.
Councilman Schrader.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. So I'm not just talking about the requirement for the emergency access, but ECHD had another separate requirement for secondary public street access prior to the construction of the 101st home. So I'm assuming then this other connection here to this connection to Meridian Road would have to be used then for public street access, not just emergency.
Mr. Mayor, Councilman Schrader, assuming we can't get the Amity Road access, you would be correct. However, we have all intention to connect to Amity Road. Neighbors have
Right.
Just
Okay.
verbally Anyway, to do that. Expectation is that before we reach that 100 unit threshold, that we would.
Okay, thanks.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, Joe.
I would like to further that point only in that the red line here is, largely where that public road is going to go, right? Where they're proposing it now, it's as it heads north, it would be mostly on the Hawkins property. However, again, it's in a later phase. We can move that where we need to, right? That property line that is shared there, the west side of that is actually the church, which is probably maybe even more eager than Hawkins to go forward. And we can adjust that line where we need to and adjust that road connection where we need to. And I guess my point in saying is that this applicant does have the opportunity to work with they're not beholden to just one landowner there. They are able to work with two different landowners to maybe get that road connection out. And it wouldn't put my ACHD hat on here. ACHD doesn't necessarily require a plat to dedicate right of way, right? So we could potentially get a public street connection through this development out to Amity without having a ton of future applications through this city to do that, especially if it's a commercial or a commercial or like really in the context of churches, that's also somewhat deemed a commercial use in that way. So the potential is there for this to occur at an earlier date than what it may seem like at the front end, which is very nice.
Mr. Mayor, Councilman Schrader, I would echo that. I would also share that we've talked to Hawkins about if and when, and they also said that they would work with us, go through their property if
Joe, just real quick, to put another thing in your to-do list, inquire. I don't think we've seen ACHD on one of our city council meetings in quite a while. I don't know if there's an intentional reason why they're not attending, but if you can just throw that into your planning group discussion or follow-up.
Absolutely. Yeah, typically Christie's on the call in the morning. She wasn't today, so maybe she's on vacation.
I don't know that I've seen them on our last 3 or 4 council meetings minimum.
I say what I said because typically if they're in that morning meeting and we determine that there's probably not going to be any major ACHD issues, we try to give her the night off. But that is definitely a discussion to be had.
Thank you. Council, any further questions for the applicant? Okay, thank you very much. Ms. Clark, I said we had at least one person sign up on this item.
Mr. Mayor, yes, Doug Connolly.
Okay. And Mr. Connolly, if you can state your name and address for the record, be recognized for 3 minutes.
Right. My name is Doug Connolly, and my address is 3881 South Basilica Way, Meridian, Idaho, 83642. South Side, Meridian. My turn? Okay. Well, I want to thank you, Mr. Mayor and City Council, for allowing us to talk today and meeting you and just being part of this experience, and appreciate all you guys do. So I just want to say thank you for that and serving our community. You guys do an awesome job. I am Doug Conley, I'm the lead pastor of Stonehill Church, and we currently are meeting at Mountain View High School. And I sent a letter, I think yesterday. So if you didn't look at that yet, I think it's part of your packet there. And our church owns the property, as has been said, on Amity Road, just a little bit down the road. And I'd say we are in favor of this subdivision for a few different reasons. First of all, I think it's a great subdivision, looks awesome. And if someone lives in South Meridian, I'm all for it. So it'd be awesome, be a great addition. We're also excited for us as a church for our new building down the road on Amity. And our building, as you read the letter, is our desire is to be a blessing for our community, to be a beacon of light and hope, and a building where we not only utilize for our church, but we also utilize for our community. There's not a lot of buildings in South Meridian for the community to be part of, other than like Wahoo's, and it's great facility, but it's pretty expensive. And so we would have a facility that we want our community to use, and we want to share that. And also, as someone who lives in South Meridian, and I've lived in Meridian for almost 18 years, I also believe that as this community grows, there's a need for churches, and good churches that are really connected to the community and really sharing with the community and see the vision of the community and there for the community. And so we want to continue to be that. And we believe having a building is going to just expedite that as well. But in order to build a building, I guess for some reason you guys have said we need a sewer. So after talking to some of the city leaders, we found out that our sewer does come from this property. And what we learned this whole process really is waiting on sewer stinks. Come on, guys. I mean, it's like 9:30 at night. We're trying to help you out here. I did love, there you go. Thank you for the laugh. I love how John said they want to work with, I think they said Briar Ridge with sewer. And my hope is that we could also work with them, but sooner than later as well. And our hope is that this subdivision will get approved and we can work with them and they would allow us an easement to the property. And even if we need to help pay for the sewer to get to the other property. And also if it's the road, working with them on those things as well. And so we are all in favor for it. Again, thank you.
Thank you, Doug. Council, any questions? All right, you're welcome back anytime.
Jokes, I've got them. So.
Yes, exactly. Anytime. Anyone else would like to provide testimony on this item? It's been a few years for myself. Nice to see you again.
It has. My name is Jim Percy. I'm the owner. I live at 1250 Stigerman Court, Meridian, Idaho, 83642. I want to thank council, mayor, and the staff for their help in this. I really want to thank Joe for his help on this because, as you know, Matt Schultz started this project. We was working on it for over a year. And the recent loss of him has set us back quite a ways and in many ways too, just not only for the production of this project, but also as a friend and someone that was trusted throughout the building community. I want to thank everyone that's helped us out through this. I am a fourth generation farmer, rancher. And as I've asked Joe, as we have a development agreement that I can continue to farm it. It will look the same until we can actually make things move. And nobody knows how fast this is going to move now. We're kind of all wondering, but I just want to say my appreciation for Matt Schultz and what he's did, what Joe has done. I'm sorry to hear he's not sticking around, but that's all I have to say. I'll stand for questions if you have any.
Thank you, Jim. Council, any questions?
One more thing I would add is we've talked about how these projects may have priority to move. With the project, this project contains the sewer, and this will take sewer out all directions. And the current project out of Schaefer Ridge is struggling and asking for sewer rights too. So hopefully this will maybe put some demand where it wasn't, and we can move forward with this project a little quicker than normal. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else who'd like to provide testimony on this item? Seeing no one coming forward, would the applicant like to make any final comments? Applicant is waiving any additional comments. So council, what's your pleasure, discussion, close the public hearing, etc.?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Schrader.
I just have one more question, maybe for Public Works or Joe. In the staff report, the Public Works section was really lengthy. I assume because of the importance of the sewer access. Is there anything specific that we need to be aware of? I assume that this is not leapfrogging, that Briar Ridge has the sewer connection or and the adjacent property provides. Just wanted to check on that, Joe.
Mr. Dolesby has unmuted himself, so Joe will let him take that.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilwoman Strader. There are no impediments to development that I'm aware of. This sewer was stubbed out to Mr. Percy several years ago when we put in a trunk line extension. It's stubbed across Meridian Road to his property. He's adjacent to development. I mean, Joe might have more to add, but I don't see any impediments on the public works side to him developing.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Dolsby.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Schrader.
I'm happy to kick off a discussion and then we could close a public hearing if we feel like people are on the same page. I think this is really a well-designed neighborhood. I like the thoughtfulness of the open space. I agree that the pool sizing will be important. It sounds like you're really looking into that. We have gotten a lot of complaints lately from large subdivisions that don't have enough pools. People really expect to have an adequate pool. So I assume that you'll follow up there. Yeah, I didn't see a lot of issues of concern really. The piece on ITD is a concern for me, but I think more just holistically that we need to address with ITD how to help them, if we help them, and how to just help promote consistency in the approach that they're taking with development in this area. Yeah, I really didn't see a lot of issues. I think it's well designed. Feels like this area is ready for this connection. So I'm in support of it. Didn't have a whole lot else to add at this point.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Cavanagh.
Yeah, I'm happy to chime in. I feel very similar to Councilmember Strader. I think the big concern is always going to be the impact on the schools. We've got a middle school that's now at capacity that this neighborhood is going to drive students to. I think our overall larger conversation as a council probably needs to happen is how we're going to handle, an economic slowdown and a residential housing slowdown. I think getting some good perspective down the line from what Council President Hoagland experienced his first term on council. And certainly I remember when I was brand new to council, kind of the response to that. So those are the things that I think you're going to hear from me over the coming months, probably through the end of my term as concerns that we've got to be aware of. But one of the things that I really applaud is, front loading a lot of the amenities to me is a good demonstration from this applicant. They're committed to getting this project moving.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Pearl.
I think, well, let me start off with the positives, and just one recommendation that is not a make or break for me, just an observation of the design. I agree. I really appreciate the applicant front loading the amenities. Oftentimes we have applicants that request to put it in a later phase because they need to sell a certain number of lots before it makes it financially feasible for them to do that. And we realize there's an economic reality there that can sometimes be challenging to meet. So very appreciative of that. I like the density next to the highway for ease of access to commercial services that are to the north and to the south. And, that having that density closer to the highway keeps the smaller collector and local roads to the west, just kind of keep those less congested. So just a couple of observations overall. First, I was kind of hoping for some more breaks in some of these really long sections of lots where there's, just 20, 25 lots on the east side, especially where there just isn't any break in it, not a pathway, not, so just a couple of those where I feel like there's just too many lots together. I imagine that Joe's gone over everything and it complies, and the block is not too long because there's not a street length that has that issue, but there's just a lot of units that are all next to each other. I find it odd to have one of the open spaces right next to the highway, just for maybe safety issue. I don't know if there's going to be some fencing there. I understand that needs to go there for the emergency access, but it just seems like a really odd location to have it right next to the road noise and doesn't seem very peaceful. So just a couple of observations. I know we've all always said that we're not trying to redesign what the applicant has already done, and I'm not trying to do that either. Just some lifestyle recommendations.
Mayor.
Yes, Joe.
Thank you, Councilman Farrar. To your point, I did think about that. In my initial staff report, I was going to require a pathway connection on the east side out to the multi-use pathway. But I pulled that out of the report only because we've done that in a couple other projects where we've had these like quarter-mile stretches of homes, you know, with no pathway connection. And then we've required it. And then later on, as we have people move in, that's a break in that sound wall. And it always gets another wall around it, and it just funnels that sound right into the subdivision from the highway. And so I've been getting more complaints as we've developed along Meridian Road about how they wish that hadn't been there. And, you know, so I thought about that and just said, you know, maybe for this one, we'll keep it as is since they don't have any street length issues. And they thankfully designed it that way. But they'll have the connection out on the north side and the south side, and then another one to the north as it gets developed. So to your point, you know, that was thought. We did think that through. We just went a different route.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Absolutely.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Share.
happy to make a motion and see. It looks good. See how it goes.
You close the public hearing to start it with.
Sure. I move that we close public hearing.
Second motion.
Motion second to close the public hearing. Is there any discussion? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the public hearing is closed.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Schrader.
after considering all staff, applicant, and public testimony, I move to approve file number H 2022-0050 as presented in the staff report for today's hearing date on November 1st, 2022. And I don't believe we need any modifications.
Motion is second. Is there discussion? If not, clerk call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Strader.
Aye.
Burnt. Burrow.
Aye.
Cavanagh.
Aye.
Hoagland.
Aye.
All ayes, motion carries, and the item is agreed to. And thank you all. Appreciate it. Joe, it's been a pleasure doing the roadshow with you tonight. So
Thank you. I'll be back on the 15th for that lovely appeal hearing.
perfect.
Yep.
Well, with that, we're all going to sit back and listen to Chris talk for a little bit. These are going to be some long ones. So with that, we'll move on to item 5, which is ordinance number 22-2001. Ask the clerk to read this ordinance by title.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Buckle up. It's an ordinance amending Unified Development Code, Section 11-1A1 by adding and amending certain definitions, amending UDC Code, Section 11-2A2, Table 11-2A2 concerning allowed uses in residential districts, amending UDC Section 11-2B2, Table 11-2B2 concerning allowed uses in commercial districts, amending UDC Code, Section 11-2D2, Table 11-2D2 concerning allowed uses in traditional neighborhood districts, amending UDC Code Section 11-3-5 concerning pathways, amending UDC Code Section 11-3A-17C concerning sidewalks and pathways, amending UDC Code Section 11-3A-19B concerning structure and site design standards, amending UDC Code Section 11-3B-2C concerning applicability of landscape plans, amending UDC Code Section 11-3B-50 concerning water conserving design standards and insulation, amending UDC Code Section 11-3B-7C concerning landscape buffers along streets, amending UDC Code Section 11-3C-5A concerning use and design of parking areas, amending UDC Code Section 11-3C-6, Table 11-3C-6 concerning required parking spaces for residential use, amending UDC Code Section 11-3F2 concerning the applicability of private street requirements, amending UDC Code Section 11-3F4A concerning private street standards, amending UDC Code Section 11-3G4, Table 11-3G4 concerning site amenities, amending UDC Code Section 11-3G5B concerning improvements and landscaping for common open space, amending UDC Code Section 11-4-310 concerning drinking establishment specific use standards, amending UDC Code Section 11.4.312 concerning secondary dwelling specific use standards, amending UDC Code Section 11.4.316 concerning adult entertainment establishment specific use standards, amending UDC Code Section 11.4.327C concerning common space design requirements for multifamily developments, adding UDC Code Section 11.4.327G concerning police access for multifamily developments, amending UDC Code Section 11.4.334H concerning self-service storage facility specific use standards, amending UDC Code Section 11.4.341 concerning vertically integrated residential project specific use standards, adding UDC Code Section 11.4.350 concerning live work residential project specific use standards, amending UDC Code Section 11.5A2 and Table 11.5A2 concerning decision-making authority and process by application, amending UDC Code Section 11.5B3C concerning annexations and rezone processes, and providing an effective date.
Thank you, council. You've heard this ordinance read by title. Is there anybody that like it read in its entirety? If not, do I have a motion?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Perot.
I did not print out the agenda this evening. Does someone else want to make the ordinance motions tonight?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Hoagland.
I move we approve ordinance number 22-2001 and for the mayor to sign and clerk to attest.
A motion and a second. Is there any discussion? If not, clerk call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Strater.
Aye.
Burnt. Perot.
Aye.
Governor.
Aye.
Hoagland.
Aye.
All ayes, motion carries. The item is agreed to. Next up is item 6, which is ordinance 22-2003. We'll ask the clerk to read this ordinance by title.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's an ordinance amending Meridian City Code Section 113 regarding repeal of general ordinances, amending Meridian City Code Section 122 regarding application of penalty, amending MCC Section 151 regarding corporate seal, amending MCC Section 164A3 regarding designated positions in the mayor's office, amending MCC Code Section 1710 regarding procedure for requests for reconsideration, deleting from Meridian City Code Section 341 definitions of subdivision model home and subdivision real estate offices, adding a new provision in Meridian City Code Section 346F regarding time limits for promotional sales units, repealing Meridian City Code Section 349 regarding temporary use permits for subdivision model homes, Meridian City Code Section 3410 regarding temporary use permits for subdivision real estate offices, repealing Title 3, Chapter 10 Meridian City Code regarding adult entertainment, repealing Meridian City Code Section 311.2, 311.3, and 311.5 regarding mobile home park permits, repealing Meridian City Code Section 425 regarding interfering with city employee or official's entry onto private or public property to enforce city code, amending Meridian City Code Section 539A regarding city employee authorized to grant exception from IDEQ burning restrictions, repealing Meridian City Code Sections 5310 and 629 severability clauses, amending Meridian City Code Section 641 regarding curfew, repealing Meridian City Code Section 642 regarding minors' possession of and smoking of cigarettes, amending Meridian City Code Section 716A regarding speeding in parks and alleys, amending Meridian City Code Section 718A regarding U-turns, amending Meridian City Code Section 7112 regarding negligent driving, repealing Meridian City Code Section 817 severability clause, amending Meridian City Code Section 8212 regarding city council duty to action, repealing Meridian City Code Section 9119E regarding EPA water testing change or charge incorporated into rates, repealing Meridian City Code Section 9123 regarding city council authority to amend water regulations and rates, repealing conflicting ordinances and providing an effective date.
Thank you, council. You've heard this ordinance read by title. Is there anybody that would like it read in its entirety? Hearing none, do I have a motion?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Hoagland.
I move that we approve ordinance 22-2003 for the mayor to sign and clerk to attest.
Second.
Have a motion and a second to approve ordinance number 22-2003. Is there any discussion? If not, clerk call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Strater.
Aye.
Burnt. Perot.
Aye.
Governor.
Aye.
Hoagland.
Aye.
All ayes, motion carries. The item is agreed to. Council, anything on our future meeting topics?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Pearl.
I would like to have us at some point discuss or have staff look into at your pleasure, the element of having businesses off of common drives. It's not something that I remember us ever really discussing at length, but I think it's something that should be an element of discussion in future.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Hoagland.
I move we adjourn.
Have a motion to adjourn. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. We are adjourned.
See you Wednesday.